their decision just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland to spoon. To spoon. If you eat keep on graduate, my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. To spoon. You wanna get the news update to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Spoon Bada 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 bada. Skiddy biddy biddy da bado.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon.
Okay, indeed, Tune to Spoon to get your information, Tune to Spoon to be part of our discussion, to know exactly what's happening in Liberia, what's happening in the ministries, the agencies, what are the policymakers saying. Of course, authentic information, everything you need to know about Liberia, Tune to Spoon, because this is where Liberians gathered from across the world every single day at about this time to get the news, the happenings, to get to interface with the newsmakers, to ask the critical questions, to form part of the very national discourse. I'd like to say welcome to the show again tonight. We're here with another fascinating edition of the program, Spoon Talk. This is Liberia's premier platform. This platform has absolutely no bother. Regardless of where you are in the world, you can always tune to Spoon. And that's why we're coming to you live across the country on several radio frequencies, Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5. We're also coming to you across the internet on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live, on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. My name is Nelson Cole. I thought to introduce the man, but the man already come on. Let me welcome James Gude Flomo, the boy from Gizibuega. And welcome to the show, James. It's good to have you on. And yes, we're set tonight to get another great show coming up. The CEO and the rest of the team will be coming on. But I understand Mr. Dwyer will be joining us as well. But James, good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening, Nelson, and good evening, everyone. It's another beautiful day and beautiful night from my end, and also you. And yeah, it's good to be here.
Yes, indeed. We're back. Of course, Spoon Talk is back on the radio. Lots of happenings in the country, a lot to talk about here today. So I'd like us to kick the ball rolling. Yesterday we didn't get to take calls because we went a little bit into the time that's usually allotted to our audience to call in and talk about those different issues of concern. So we're hoping that we can activate the lines very soon where we can get them to talk about uh, their issues that they want to talk about, those different concerns they have. And then after that, we can move on to give it back to the CEO and the rest of the team. But James, what's going on? Is there any update you have from your end you want to fill us in with before we move on to?
Begin with the update. I will come in. I setting something up.
Okay, okay. So yes, so um, there are lots of things happening in the country. So many things. I guess our folks out there want to know exactly what those things are. Um, well, the to begin with, the legislature has been a very busy place since the president came to office on the 22nd of January. He's been making some nominations in different areas at different levels. And so that has kept the legislature, especially or specifically the Senate, a very busy place for some time when the senators will have to vet, evaluate those different individuals going before them. So, yes, we've seen different confirmation hearings, but of course, today was another busy day at the legislature, the Senate. I understand the confirmation hearing of Mr. Mohammed Ali, who has been designated to serve as the head of the Liberia Water and Sewer, has been pushed to Monday, and that information came from their communications department, the public relations department. They were able to fill us in with that. And the Bone County Legislative Caucus have been seriously on the back of China Union, and the very first time in this week, we got to hear some concerns from legislators from that county when the District 7 representative for the family, a very young lawmaker, first time in the House, when he raised some concerns about the MDA signed between the government of Liberia and the China Union. He spoke of how the China Union has failed on pretty close to 80% of the very things captured in the Mineral Development Agreement, the MDA. And key amongst those things, he outlined the issue of gold extraction that is captured under the MDA that the China Union is supposed to be doing by this time, but they've not done so. He also spoke of the housing facility that the very residents of the community where the China Union is operating in Bong County in the Bong Mines area, those people are supposed to benefit from housing facilities and everything, and a lot more that is being captured there, but they've not giving attention to those very obligations they have as per the MDA. So he raised some concerns about that. The next thing we saw was then the county caucus, because he's just the representative of Bone County District Number 7. The county caucus, through its chairperson, Senator Prince Moy, then decided to take it one step further. And this time around, the former finance minister is being dragged into this whole saga. Well, they're saying that the former finance minister, Samuel Twe, um, China Union uh, went into some, covert operation with the former finance minister, and it was based upon whatever arrangement they've had that the county have been deprived of some of those basic necessities, those basic things that they're supposed to be benefiting from the China Union. So it's a whole fight that the county caucus has taken on this time around. It's not just with the lawmaker of District 7, Bone County for the family, but it has taken another stage, and we're just looking forward to seeing how it goes with this whole thing about the China Union and that of the Bone County Legislative Caucus. Well, they said the county has been deprived of huge development initiatives based on what the that entity entered into with the finance minister. Well, that's an allegation until proven. Well, on the flip side, there have been confirmation hearings going on at the legislature. Well, the CEO and the rest of the team will throw more light on that. There are more information coming on with respect to that particular aspect, talking about confirmation hearings. Yeah, so and a lot more. The presidential press secretary, Kula Fofana, took the stage today to address the country, try to clarify some of the issues that have been lingering in the corridors of our country. Some of the issues that have been making it up to the discussions, whether at the intellectual centers or on the radio, what Liberians have been saying. And she spoke a little about the president's trip, providing some clarity around that. But key amongst the things she said today was that yes, the president have declared his asset, but he's going to make it public because that's one of the concerns that so many people have had. Even last evening we discussed that on the late night show, but she said that not just the president, but even the other officials of government. We know that according to the code of conduct for public officials, uh, our officials are supposed to
There's a sound coming from you. You have maybe your
yeah,
phone.
yeah, I just addressed that. So according to the code of conduct, public officials in our country are supposed to declare their asset before taking office. That's what the code of conduct says. So in line with that, there were high expectations. So since in fact we've seen some officials of government, especially those who were recently designated and finally confirmed, we've seen some of those people taking offices, and they've started actual work activities, but not much is being said about their asset. That has been a major discussion. The health minister is now actively working. The foreign minister is working actively. I saw today the commerce minister had an engagement with the press. He's actively working as well. The police IG, Colonel Gregory Coleman, whose birthday is today, he's in office as well. So there have been concerns about those officials of government as well. Where do they stand when it comes to asset declaration, and why having the public seeing those individuals, those officials of government making their assets public? So that has been
Okay.
a concern. And she said that the president is going to ensure that those people do the right thing. They will declare the asset, and not just that, but they will make sure the president will ensure that those people, those officials, make their assets public. So a lot happening in the country. We can't cover everything because our folks need to talk. But James, you want to take on from here?
All right. Thank you. At least you touched some of the major happenings.
James, what's going on? Did you receive a call? I think you have to log out and log in because once you receive a call, there will obviously be that. No, I'm not hearing you at all. Can you log out and try to log in? Yeah, I think you received a call and then that have somehow tempered with your audio. But it's important. And
Are you hearing me
okay,
now?
okay, now you're good. I can hear you.
Yes. I'm sorry. I was saying at least you touched some of the major happenings. And let's begin with politics. Though you were in politics, we still remain there. Uh, we getting two conflicting reports coming from the CDC, specifically the National Patriotic Party.
Yeah.
Uh, there is a communication coming out, or that came out already, stating that the NPP has withdrawn from the CDC, and the vice president also, the former vice president, also issued a statement or a statement from her office, also debunking that statement that they have not walked away from the CDC. And the statement we got on social media is not okay, and it is a fake news. We should not follow it. So, the NPP is a party that is always against itself. We saw it even before the 2023 general elections. We saw the inter-party conflict, and during the 2023 election, the presidential election, again, we saw that where the chairman, Senator James Barney, and the former vice president, they were on the front line until the very last day that resulted to the former vice president leaving office. So
Yeah.
that is another issue that we are looking forward to, because one of the strongest members of the former VP, Moruba, from Bond County, is also part of the communication that said that the NPP walk away. And now we move to the current vice president. Yes, we are maybe aware that he stay in Morocco, and he's there representing Liberia. And we saw images coming from there that indicates that he's doing tremendous well. And at the end of the day, we hope to get a very great news from Morocco upon his return to the country. And now we give additional update on what yesterday I reported regarding the Iraq supermarket, where Liberians worked for 7 months and they were not paid their salaries. Upon our program yesterday, today I spoke to undisclosed sources who are also aggrieved workers, and they said to me the supermarket paid them 2 months today and promised them that next week they're going to give them the remainder. Remember, I told you it was 7 months, and so some of them said remaining 5 months now, some 4 months, some 3 months, and so forth. So the supermarket, they confirmed to me that they received 2 months from the supermarket today. Initially, the supermarket was adamant. They said to them they were going to give them just 1 month. But today, pressure got in their camp. They were able to give them 2 months each. And the terrible news is the supermarket now is conducting what they term as investigation to know the people who leak the information of them now receiving pay for 7 months. And if those people are identified, they're going to be fired. But again, they will have to do deeper forensic investigation before they get to know my sources. Yeah, so there where we are. Again, yeah, sorry for that. We will say thanks to them for giving those Liberians their money, the money they deserve, and we look forward to the entire payment next week, and we will continue to give update regarding it. And it is not just the Iraq supermarket, it's everywhere. Even the labor ministry will now have to take serious action in Liberia regarding terrible treatment of workers, and their inspectors will have to do more. And I think I saw the confirmation. I watched partly portion of the confirmation hearing of the new labor minister, he was the former telecommunication minister, right?
Councillor Kopakura, right?
Councillor Kopakura, yeah.
Oh, yeah, exactly. He served
Yeah, I
as
partly
Minister of
watched-
Post and Telecommunication.
Yeah, I
He's
partly
now being
watched.
designated for the Ministry of Labor.
Yeah, today was his confirmation hearing. I
Exactly.
partly watched a portion of it, and also the Monrovia City Corporation. I watched a little bit of that as well. There was a confirmation hearing regarding his post today. So we look forward to Councillor Kopakura being confirmed and subsequently taking office. He's a counselor. He knows the law, and the Decent Work Act. We hope at this time it will be fully implemented, not for the rich or the middle class, but for everyone. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're right. But there's something happening, James,
Mhm.
at the legislature,
What is it?
especially since this whole confirmation hearing started. Uh, if you go at the legislature, you realize that the place is almost always jam packed. I mean, it's jam whenever there's a confirmation hearing. The place is always jam,
Yeah.
and so just the other day I was there. I think it was yesterday, and then I tried to inquire as to why was the place so packed. You know, people all in the compound, and then just to realize that this was happening because of the confirmation hearing. So it's more like every every single person who is being who goes for confirmation hearing, you have to make arrangement, carry your squad, carry your whole team, and maybe mobilize like some campaign launch or some rally. You know, it's just that way. The last time a lot was said about that the was during the last time a lot was being said about that was during the foreign minister, right? Madam Sarah Beslo Yanti's confirmation. Same
Yes.
thing, but now
No.
it has become a routine.
No. Two different things. During the foreign minister's confirmation hearing, what we saw it was unusual. The unusual part is we saw almost all of the ambassadors of Liberia who are out. When they got at the capital on that day, they walked into the chambers. They walked into the Senate chamber and took seats of senators, where senators were to be seated. Those guys, when they sat there in the name of going to monitor or observe the confirmation hearing.
No, James, that's not what I'm talking about.
Which one?
That incident was in the building, right?
Mhm.
I'm talking about the yeah,
That's how
the
it been like.
you know
It been
the
I cover the
standard.
legislature. It been like that. Always when there is a confirmation hearing, you have the cheering squad that will come. These people will stay in the fence, and you
Okay,
will have.
let me bring in Mr. Dwalu. He has
Yeah.
joined us. Mr.
So
Mr. Dwalu, welcome to the show.
How you
I
doing,
cover the
man?
legislature.
Good
That's
day.
how
It's
it
been a
has been
while, my
like.
man. How's it going up there in Europe?
Ah, God, money, Ozzy, you are a little bit low.
I'm a little low, huh?
Okay, yeah, the microphone was not right.
Watch out.
Yeah, we are watching you people. Yeah, Europe
How you
is
watching out? You enjoying? You in Europe?
Europe
How's
is
it like out there? I'm just curious, man.
treating
because
us
I
good.
heard it's supposed to be all gravy.
Come again?
They say that life in Europe is all gravy. Is that true? How easy is
Life?
that?
Soft life.
Soft life.
There's nothing in Europe called soft life.
Huh?
There's no
I'm
soft
sorry,
life in
lady.
Europe. In Europe, you know, when I was back in Africa, and many people in Africa like me believe that when you travel from Africa to Europe or to America, life become so easy for you that you will get whatever you want within a second. No. Yes, Europe or the West has a very the West has a lot of opportunities, but you have to work your body out. You have to work towards the opportunities that are here. But in Africa, the opportunities are lacking, and the few we have, we cannot even work towards them. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I just there's a full more. I just want to dispel the myth that once you get to Europe or
no,
you get to America, everything is gravy.
no
I've
way.
always maintained that we can create our own Europe here in Liberia, but
Yeah.
we've decided not to. Not that the capabilities are not there, but we've chosen not to. That's our problem. I was just trying to be a little bit comical, but I know it's not easy out there, especially for a foreign or foreigner in this location. They're not going to accept you so easily. There are a lot of restrictions on you. There are certain
Yeah.
things you cannot do. So those are factors people have to consider. But I was just joking around. I don't know whether Nelson has recognized my people. Dr. Frank,
No, I
you
haven't.
announced to the show.
I was waiting for you because
That's what the traffic. I don't be judging, my man. When I eat it, so not easy, you know. But Doc, welcome to the show. Why you sitting there? We get recognized for my people, man. People been here all day. You're sorry, good from in Euro eating hamburger. I see Nelly LB Jackson. How you doing, Nelly? Josephine F. Patterson. Miss Policy from Dupero. How are you doing? CFO Ballonly. Mr. Ballonly. What's going on? Glasgow McCauley. I got Patricia M. Morris. Eventually, Mami Ta. Hi, Mami. What's going on? Pearl Campbell. I got David Kolo. I got Mustafa George Kamara, Mr. Kamara Moses Dolo, Darlington and Massaquoi. Mr. Massaquoi, what's going on? Josephus Agba. I see Valerie S. Johnson, Florence Kabiku Ujala. How are you? Omaru Kengo. Jay Saboto.
We're not hearing him. Nelson, we are not hearing.
Everybody, welcome to the show. Let's talk Liberia, man. A lot of things happening. Confirmations, the formulation of this government, asset declaration. Which one interests you? For me, a job been a year for. Liberian men must go to work. Issue founded repeatedly until it is fully softened. Not as GB or Domo, but as Fufu. Spoil greater Fufu. That's how I'm being able to found this. Other Prince, love the hairstyles always. You're welcome. Liberia.
Thank you. I feel like eating beans tabagi today, but I couldn't find. I don't live too close to where I can buy the tabagi oil. So I just
When was the last time you ate beef tabagi?
That's what you always
a while to, but I wanted to cook it. But you know, I don't live in the place where I can find the oil so easily. So my husband, I gotta drive there tomorrow. I will soak the beans tonight.
There you go.
But
Why you want to eat lofa soup?
huh?
the man want to take possession of lofa soup or
I
what?
tell you, you got Monopoly or you got patent over lofa soup.
I get pakutoe here.
You try to patent.
Pakutoe.
You try to patent lofa soup.
Yeah, for me, I already have the pakutoe here.
I don't know who that I get me some that here to you. See you often telling us.
Oh yeah, it was announced on the show the other day that
so you
he received a package.
Everything CEO told you are unconfirmed.
Okay. I mean, I was saying that it was unconfirmed. You see, you can receive oil, you can receive pepper, you can receive all the goodies from Liberia. The kitchen and everything. I lying, Nelson?
Not true.
She just ate tabagio. Lady named like Nana. It just Nana.
Amen. Amen. I swear that while I came I woke up to tell I took the beans up, but I was soaking tonight, and then tomorrow we'll go find the tabagi. Or you know, when you cook it with tabagi, it can't be correct to me.
No.
I know
we did a few. We did speak about a few of those issues, unless maybe you want to come in with any of them before. No, we didn't get to take calls from the folks out there.
Yeah,
so
let's take some calls.
Okay. So Dr. Richardson, you wanted to say something, or you want us to go to the lines
You
now?
guys go ahead, take some calls. Talk to Liberian people at the station.
Okay, so let's hear what the Liberian people get to say. 0555-101075, 0555-101075, or you can call the WhatsApp and you'll be live. Let's talk to our first call here. This caller on the line. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from? Hello. Marsha Momo. Okay, please go ahead. What's on your mind, Momo?
I got to think about what
What you can call about do?
seems to be how you call the pepper what they use on the children.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm saying. Hello.
Hello. Can you go ahead, sir?
Yeah, I'm saying. You can cover Benny become like the temple where they use on it.
What on the WhatsApp line? You're not on yet. So what's your point, caller?
Yeah, I'm trying to say we're waiting for Yesa to resign.
Okay. Thank you,
We're
sir.
waiting for him to resign because last night he went into bed with CEO. And
Oh.
he won't get it. So we will pressure him and he will resign in this country here.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Start that campaign now. Hello.
Yeah, Nancy, what's up, man? How you doing? How you guys doing? Still there?
Yes, sir. We okay. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
My name is Ryan. Usually I call from Minnesota. This guy will always advocate for that the agency and that the drug to be included in the government, but up to present, nothing. Our concern today have to do with this labor, the new appointed labor minister.
Okay.
Some of us we came from the private sector, our opportunity to build the embassy in Liberia, the U.S. embassy, and our picker from Liberia travel to many countries. What I saw in Liberia that happened to us is so disappointing. Our labor system don't protect the citizen. Other countries, look, I'm an expert, I'm a supervisor. Other countries, before you fire an individual, it can be easy. You have to pay extra 3 months because you're going to sit home for 3 months before you get another job. And all those months, that on your contract, you have to pay him. But in Liberia, remember, they will fire you today. They will not even get you benefit only the days you work for.
Thank you.
So my appeal to Joseph Boakai, you should look into the private sector. Not everyone will work in government sector.
Thank you,
Let
sir.
you protect the private sector for us also.
Thank you. Let's go you there and take another person. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from. Please go ahead. Let's hear you. Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hey,
You're live.
Nelson. Yes, how you doing?
Yeah, we're doing
Shout
okay.
out to Dwalo, you the man, you my best man, you my biggest fan ever. I love you. Thank you so much for the strength and for all that you do for us. What is on my mind? All the senators and the representatives need to declare their access. When they need to declare their access, they're the one wrote the laws, they're the one breaking the laws. So we need to start with the House of Representatives and Senate for them to declare their assets, and then all those are the appointed and wait for confirmation. When they confirm you, let them declare their assets. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Let's go back to the line and take this person 0555-101075. I'll put the WhatsApp number up. Well, let's talk to you. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from? Hello. Oh, Pago, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Hello?
Pago, you are live.
You
Oh.
can hear me?
Can hear you. You are live, sir.
Come on,
Yeah, get your input. You are live on the show.
School foundation called to there's a water school, there's a parkour conditioner for the United Party. But the funny issue, my man, go to our jacket. Yeah, you see what I've been last night? Nobody can jump for more and go free. There's a president, you run campaign. We believe in you. My family left until another go vote for you. But when you do it on our jacket, come down. Come down. Don't make us today. And to the second mayor, today, one of the couple and thank God I went through it. Please, today I bring you well. Please, and I'm Father Town Village.
Thank you.
President Board, and all the Senate police, please, reach up on them. Someone there, incompetent. Someone there, there's a coach jump on there. Please, you are supposed to the Senate police. Please,
Thank you.
out of the PA for every from. Please, Shabbat, don't Senate police.
Thank you, sir. Let's go you there and take another person. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Hello?
Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So my concern has to do with
What's your name and where you
our
calling
country.
from,
My
sir?
name is Oliver K. Mondo, and I do call you from Kakata.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. My concern has to do with our county, local county officials have not been appointed yet,
Mhm.
and beyond that, none of our citizens from Magibi has been appointed in this government. And remember that Magibi was one of those counties that produced the higher votes that contributed toward the successful elections of President Joseph Boakai and Jeremiah Kun. So the issue of the local government need to be appointed a superintendent, a development superintendent.
Thank you.
The fiscal affairs and the rest of it.
Thank you. Let's hold you
Thank
there
you.
and take another person here. Hello, you live, your name and where you call from.
This is Musa Sam. I'm calling from Marshall.
Okay, go ahead.
Magibi.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to highlight this, and more especially my topic go to Dr. Richardson, and thank you for advocacy for the women. And there's a thing that going on in this country which is creating a lot of problems. More so go in this country that people forgetting about, the overlooking it. That is men are born by the women and then leaving the women with the children without taking the responsibility. So some of us, we voted the government for them to pass the law so that the men that are born by the women, leaving the children with the women, and then they're not taking their responsibility. So if the child is hungry, they will go on the street. And when they go on the street, meet with any friend, they will follow them. So it causes a lot of problems. So I want for the government to pass the law onto those men and irresponsible men who do be causing this problem for us. Because it will give the society hard time.
Thank you.
So please, we appeal to the President Boakai government, let them pass the law, let the men learn how to take their responsibility. That's it causing a lot of problem for us.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you very much.
Thank you. We take another person. Hello, you're live, your name and where you calling from. Hello, are you
Hello,
here?
Nelson. Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead, sir. You're live.
Yeah, good evening, Nelson. Hello, Dr. Francine, and hello, Dwalu. So, my concern has to do with the recent women incident that happened on Armed Forces Day. Okay, I really do admire Dr. Francine. I applaud her for being a significant advocate for women. But you know, there's a Liberian saying. If you are in a spotlight as she is, you gotta behave like a twin mother. I thought the action by the women disrupting the free movement of people around Liberia on Armed Forces Day, I thought it was unacceptable. There was a better way to channel their concerns. But I mean, maybe I missed it. I could be totally wrong. But I thought Dr. Francine directly speak to her fellow women and tell them what they did was wrong, because we witnessed the Civil War.
Thank you.
The women suffered the brunt of what happened in our country. They were raped. Some of the children were young. Some men took advantage of them. And what they did there, it would have sparked a magic, and the whole country could go ablaze, and they were going to suffer it bad. The men were going to suffer, but our sisters, our daughters, were going to suffer more. So I just told Dr. Francis, just talk to a fellow women and say, look, this thing, there's a better way. You stop. You don't do it next time.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you,
I
sir.
thought that, thank you, Nelson. Follow.
All right.
Have a good show again tonight.
Thank you. So, Mr. Dwalu, I give it back to you.
They send it back to me, right, Dr. Francine. But I want to speak very briefly about the guy that called regarding men walking away from their children. This is something that's entirely rampant across the country. If you guys been listening to me, I always talk about the Liberian family and how it is being resolved. One of the reasons why that is happening, I want to expand on that a little bit. I've noticed across the country, people have babies and take them to the grandmothers. The grandmothers live in this shock somewhere that you could bear it for yourself because we don't have any social programs. And you will see the grandmother with 4 or 5 grandkids that got dropped off by their daughters and all their sons, and they cannot take care of them. This is going to haunt us all in this country. Women, I'm going to say this to you. You have to pick who you sleep with. You have to pick better. If a man is irresponsible, you cannot have a child by him. you have that tool to stop that. Men, it should go without saying, this is your seed. You have to take care of it. I understand there's a tendency to, well, we don't have jobs, there's nothing I can do. Then you don't have to have sex. You don't have to go ahead and have a baby by a girl you can't take care of. Just think about it. If you cannot get anything for yourself to feed yourself, imagine what she's going to go through to take care of that child. We can't continue to do this to this society. Now I understand. You guys keep saying I'm very low. I don't know what's going on. Nelson, you got to get back in here. They say I'm very, very, very low, and I have to make sure. I don't know what it is. Another place I'll have you come in. Hopefully, the guys can come into the studio and kind of.
Yeah, I think you are a bit okay.
Yeah, some
They need to raise your
yeah.
mic a little bit.
Yeah, Dwala, the subject is very important. I believe that men and women contribute differently to a family unit. There are things that I can give my children as a mother that their father cannot give them. There are things that their father can give them that I can't give them. So I think having the combination of both parents in their lives, and sometimes it doesn't even be financial contribution. We're not talking about finances here, okay? We're talking about some values. We're talking about some character building here. So those are the things that I believe that that caller was on point when he called and said that men should stop walking away from their children. You can contribute so much to your children, and vice versa. I would say, women, you have to be able to pick wiser. Yes, you have to be able to think about your future. What kind of father do I want? What kind of lover do I want? What kind of husband do I want? How can we contribute both to our children, to our home? What kind of partnership? I always use the word partnership because after a while, the bubbling in the stomach goes away. That illusion that you have called love, it goes away. What remains is that kind of partnership. How can we communicate? How can we deal with the stressors in our life? Parenting is a stress in anybody's life. Lack of finances is stress. Housing can be a stress. Lack of job, those stressors. Can we stand those stressors, those pressures that will come along our way in life? So these are the things that caller was talking about. So men, you stay in your children's life will prepare a better future. That's one of the ways that we can make Liberia great, is making sure that we have great future for the next generation. And if we walk away, fathers walk away, mothers, like Dwalu said, give the children perhaps to grandchildren or somebody else to raise, you kind of mothering up our future a little bit in the country. So I want to just add to that, Dwalu.
Yeah, Dr. Francine, and I want to come in and good that you hear me loud and clear. Hopefully, I'm clear now. I want to say this. I believe I was just reading the thread, and I believe it was Tanya. She said,
Please speak into the mic, Dwalu.
I'm speaking to the mic. Am I okay, or I have to come?
No,
closer?
yeah, they gotta come
Get
close.
it mic closer to you a bit, harder to yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. So she said, so what are you guys saying? Because I'm broke, I shouldn't have a child. That's not what we're saying. Dr. Francis just told you it's not about money. It's about your presence. I don't want you to outsource the raising of your children to another person. Your grandparents are not adequately equipped for a generation that they're not entirely aware of to raise children in that generation. Let me explain this. Your grandmother's generation raised children differently. Presently, we have smartphones, so many things have changed. You are more understanding of that generation, so you get to raise your children. It doesn't mean your grandparents cannot help you, but you should be the primary caregiver of your child that you birthed. Now, just because you don't have money, it doesn't mean you cannot have a child. But if you don't have money, your presence is very important. What we are talking about is the presence of the mother and the father being there. I don't say you won't be together here, you won't be together. But if you want to talk in, you want to put your own thing there. You want to guide the child. You want the child to have your character, your value, your core value thing that is important to you. You must teach that child. If you don't do that, you're killing society. Before I go back to Dr. Prince, I want you to understand this. It goes to family, the community, and then society at large. And then the broader spectrum, or maybe globally, you go to the full spectrum. So if this family structure is broken down, society cannot develop. One of the biggest issues we're facing in this country, like I always say, is the dissolution of the Liberian family. If we don't protect the family, this is why I stress the issue of job creation so badly. Something I would not keep quiet about. Because I believe if the man is working, if the woman is working, there is a higher degree or higher probability that they are going to stay together to raise proper Liberian children. This is what I want. proper Liberian children. So this is near and dear to my heart. We have work to do. We are talking about your presence, not just money.
Yeah. Dwalu, Stenson, welcome. And before Stena comes in, I want to talk to her caller who talked about wanting me to speak to the women who came out in the streets to protest for the husband and the army women. Your point was well taken, caller. I'm sure things when we go back and look at things could have been done differently. Hindsight, Monday morning football, checking in, So your point is well taken. I just wanted you to know that.
Listen, welcome, man. Welcome to the show. You're muted.
Yeah, I say you need me now. You're feeling
you're here.
You're feeling with social issue.
Well, let me just say hello to the people in Kakata. Was somebody called from Kakata? That was my first home, so I want to say hello to y'all in Kakata, Germantown. That's my first home. The people in Port-au-Prince, if I say
what was the place name again? Kakatawa?
It was called Germany.
No, Kakawa.
Kakata. So let me tell you, Kakata. I know what you laughing for.
Because you said Kakata. That's why I say you said what?
Yeah. So if I call the people in Kakata,
why get my business?
If I call because you ready to tell them to input to the grower. So if I could put Kakata, I could put Port-au-Prince, it'll be trouble me. So to all my Port-au-Prince people too, I spend a lot of my childhood years in Port-au-Prince as well. So yeah, hello to ya. And then probably there was some guy who was talking about how the people in Liberia quick to fire people. And he was saying that around the world it's not like that. He has a point. I wanted to tell him that usually when you take a job in this part of the world, they give you like a 90-day probation period. So if you don't perform, or if you perform, or you don't do according to what your responsibilities are, in 90 days they can let you go. But after 90 days, then we gotta start all the documentation. We want you to go, it will be hard. You gotta write down every single thing that we wanted you to do that you didn't do it, or everything that you're doing well. So when we're ready to evaluate you, when it's time for evaluation, we can put those things down where you met your milestones and where you didn't meet your milestones. And if there's more times where you didn't meet the milestone, we document it. You go to human resources, they will let you go. I will not be the one coming to tell you, say, I'm letting you go. Human resource and myself will kind of sit down. Human resource will be the one talking about, I'll be the one just there for documentation purposes.
Oh boy. So
yeah.
Richard said a milestone. I hate to hear about that milestone thing, Dwadu. Because I did it. Went through the nursing program, you create all this different stuff, and you do everything possible to get A. Then you find yourself getting B.
Yeah.
B plus. We had this instructor called Martin. Very smart lady. She will create all those things, and at the end of the day, you just cannot find yourself getting A on the whole. So I just want to be a good day because she found reason to cross all the T's and dot all the I's. And I agree with Good Day. Good Day said, me, but if I get 70, I'm happy. Good Day, you're right. I've never seen 100 on Good Day or A on Good Day grade sheet. Everything is 84 and below. Everything is 84 and below. Never see. I will pull it up. Never see 100.
Good Day said that your sources were unconfirmed regarding him getting care packages. Like I was talking about Tobagi. I said send us so you can get care packages for Liberia with Tobagi.
Good can never say that though. He can never say that. Good day friend. I know that's his friend or who just saying double soy stuff. Good day can say that. Yeah.
When you hear Good Day said, I thought your sources were unconfirmed.
Good day, you said that?
Good day, we're all live. Radio, yo. You shaking your head?
No comment.
Okay.
Yeah, the message, no comment. You know that he can never ever say that because everything I say is true. Dwalo, how you doing, man? How Liberia, man?
Liberia's great. My brother Patrick Kennedy asking, why am I still in Liberia, Patrick? I'm in Liberia and making a little better. Let me just answer it that way. We got to have our presence on the ground to get what we want done on the ground. But don't worry, I got my computer with me, man. I'm working for out here, as though I'm still in America, so I'm pretty good. I think I work more here than when I'm in the US, so I'm good.
I heard today, folks. I know we just about to start this thing, but I heard today that Amin Moda hit the ground running. I heard that Amin Moda, through the Commerce Ministry, they have reduced the price of rice. Not by a significant much, but everything will add up. We have some documents that showed he had a massive negotiation with the rice importers. The rice importer came up with everything they had in the arsenal, in the closet, and they said, you know why? We will increase the price of rice to $20. And Amin Moda said, not on my watch. He was very, very clear. He said this government would do everything to keep the rice price below. So that I kind of, and I asked Amin a question. I said, you are saying not on your watch, but can you tell us, the Liberian, that you gave them any money to cut subsidies? Right, Mr. Duadu? Because we, under George Manor, we had this thing was happening, that we gave them $5 million, that we gave them $11 million. And Amin said, we don't even have a dime to give them. So I want us to consider discussing that 25 cents. They reduced the wholesale by 25 cents. Now, my question, Duadu, and I'm asking the guys to go out tomorrow. Would the rice price per cup be reduced? How much for the price of rice? The man Mary that will go to Wallace Market, the Omar Esther that will go and buy the rice from the Rayland Market. I want Liberians to hear us today. Because the wholesale is reduced by 25 cents, will there also, the cup of rice be reduced also? So we got to dig into this, and we got to call Amin. A great thing that they reduce it. Now, I'm not here to talk about that. We have the document. We're going to share the document. One. My second issue today that we will be discussing on, we come back to this whole yama called LDC. People argument is that Money Captain got a contract with LDC for 24 months. And the contract allowed Money Captain to make $17,500 a month. So let's agree. We all, for the sake of this argument, agree. Money Captain has a contract as it is written. Who gave Money Captain the contract? Because as we remember, President Weah appointed Money Captain 2022. It's a contract different from President Weah appointment. Who paid Money Captain? Money Captain said his contract is into 2024 December or whatever the time is. He got it 2022, 2023, 2024, it should be over. So now he's asking to be there for this remaining of his contract. So if Money Captain is on the contract as a consultant, why is he also on the contract as a board head, chairman for the board? Why is he also on the contract as a CEO? So is he playing three different roles? They call it triangle from every angle, right? From every corner. As for the same 17, is he getting both fees? We're gonna discuss that. We're gonna discuss that. We're gonna discuss that, which will be very important. And now we have this other story, the third story for today. Folks, invite your friends. You enjoy the conversation. There's a story running, and I believe you saw it, Eduardo. There were appointment made, 2 appointments at NOCAL for the position of vice president. Is it legal? We ever had 2 vice presidents at NOCAL, or is that a mistake? I don't know. But Liberians want to know, because one of the people running with that story that they believe that it's an error. So are they going to pull one of the nomination? I see you laughing. If it is an error, I mean, that's a third conversation for tonight.
Okay.
The fourth one, it's a lot, folks. It's all in our chat room. It's all in our chat room. And I think the Liberian people, we should serve them well. The fourth one is I like what Fagon did at the end of the conversation. Our brother Eugene Fagon went ahead and he did a clip. And the clip he did, he asked question. And I want us to take the last for first on this conversation. Fagon want to speak to you, not some of you, but all of you guys out there. So he made a special video, a very, very special video he made for you. He wants you to listen if you're on the radio. He wants you to listen if you follow us. And he got a question at the end of the video that you must answer. So please pay attention as we start the show. If we have anything to say today, we are about to start the Spoon Talk. Enjoy yourself. Sit back. I'm drinking wine. It's like ginger ale, because you know I don't drink. Today is Friday, the beautiful Friday. We're going to have everybody joining us. I see Dr. Richardson. Let me leave Dr. Richardson here before I put myself in situation. I see Mr. Dwalu. He's still looking up, thinking what he should be doing now. Dwalu is not
ready to respond to some of your questions.
Yeah. I know Dwalu. Somebody said I'm gonna get a few seconds. The one coming, Glenny texted me. She said, "Please wait. I come in before you start the video." So that was for Glenny. Just 2-3 seconds. And you know, all day today, Glenny wasn't well. Dr. Richardson wasn't well. Dr. Richardson told me that she was sick. Glenny called me and told me that she was sick. Why y'all calling me? Y'all don't call me. Glenny says she's sick. I'm sick. I'm not feeling well. You feeling well now, Glenny? Are you feeling well now?
Doc, how you doing?
Look at that. Look at that.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing?
I'm okay. Okay.
The chat room was on fire today.
That's Martin.
That's Martin. But guys, what we want to say, you ready? Let's play the video clip of Fagon. The question on LDC. I think it is important. I think the brother have seen the light that cannot be in Liberia right now. I think the brother have realized that he made a mistake on some of his podcasts, and therefore he's asking this question. Let's just play the 1-minute clip from Fagon.
Or why they can't provide reliable electricity? What are the board members doing to call the management team to check? They ain't eating some. No, they ain't eating some. They eating some. Now why they can't call the people? The people stealing the current. The people stealing current are our business. We don't want to pay for it. The LEC prerogative. The LEC problem, not our problem. We got nothing to do with it. Now, after the presentation, you decide. You have a choice. Should the current management team of LEC be replaced? Yes or no? Should they be replaced? Yes or no?
You know, I like Fagon's question. I know, you know, I never thought that Fagon was going to come to this position. Real quick on this question. I'm going to start with Glenny, the latecomers, and Dr. Richardson will be the last. Mr. Duadu. You think Fagon's question is fair? Madam Glenny?
Well, I don't know what happened in 24 hours. I don't know what happened because yesterday, clearly, his position was different. And in 24 hours, it seemed like he's become objective. So he's the only one that can answer. But I think his question is in place. I think that's the trending topic all over the place. So it's a question to ask. But when he's even asking the board members, you leave the chairperson of the board and you go to the members. You got to start from the top, not the bottom. So we'll see where Fagon goes next.
Mr. Duadu. We're not hearing you, Mr. Duadu.
Okay, I think my mic is coming back on.
Yes, you're good.
You hear me now?
Yes, you're good. Yep.
Yeah, I think Fagon's questions are poignant. They're to the point. He's trying to get some answers. I don't find fault with his logic. But Stanton, before I forget, you raised several issues here tonight, and I want to go back to Amin Woda.
No, we'll go back. We'll do that. I won't clarify going off. I beg you, brother. I know you're ready to run with this thing. I beg you, brother. We'll play. Oh, my man. Let's go to Dr. Richardson. On Fagon. on Fagon question. We're gonna put it on our page. We want everybody to go after it, Dr. Richardson, and please answer Fagon question. It will help. It will help us. So, Dr. Richardson, what say you?
In as much as I like Mr. Fagon, his position scares me. It provides flashback for me from a time where he was supporting one thing and jumped to another. Yesterday, he was supporting LEC management. Today, he's asking objective questions. It scares me. And for him to, again, like Lenny mentioned, as far as I can remember, Monica Tem is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit on, like you said, on the board. So how would the board be a part of this decision-making process when Monica Tam is also part of the board? So I don't know. I'm scared. I don't like to have flashback of events. It's very traumatic.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Now, so folks, if we're going to play one more time, then we'll put it aside. If you want to answer Fagon's question, just go on our page. James, are you there, James? James going to post it on the Spoon page. We want every one of you to please answer. He asked him a unique question that nobody would be brave enough to ask. Yes or no should be your answer. James, good day. James going to post this, and we will be in the position to just be very clear. Good day, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you post it, please? Can you put it on the page? People are asking for it, and then we will give the final result at the end of the show. How many of you out there saying yes? How many of you out there saying no? And we want the world to know very well whether you are in agreement. Again, let's just play it. Then we'll start the conversation, please. Just one more time. We're going to play this.
Or why they can't provide reliable electricity? What are the board members doing to call the management team to check? They ain't eating some. No, they ain't eating some. They eating some. Now why they can't call the people? The people stealing the current. The people stealing current our business. We don't want to pay for it. That LEC prerogative. That LEC problem, not our problem. We got nothing to do with it. Now, after the presentation, you decide. You have a choice. Should the current management team of LEC be replaced? Yes or no? Should they be replaced? Yes or no?
All right, so go to Spoon page and the official Spoon page and answer Fagon question. Should the current management be replaced? The current management of LEC be replaced? Thank you. We'll move on to the next conversation. Mr. Duado, let's talk about the rest issue. You want to come through with that? You go ahead. Get us started. But before we do this, Mr. Duado, let's read exactly what we received today from the Commerce Ministry. So what we received today from the Commerce Ministry, there you have it. Request for consideration of the price adjustment. I have to put my phone on because I can't see that too clearly. But there we go. Let me do this right now. It's in the chat room, folks, and we have shared this. So if you have it, I
can see it from the screen. I can read it.
Please go ahead, my brother.
So it says the subject is request for consideration of rice price adjustment. Dear Honorable Minister, on behalf of the Association of Rice Importer, we write to bring to your attention the concern regarding the recent increase in the FOB price of 20% export duty imposed by the government of India on RR64 Indian parboiled rice. While we understand that unfavorable internal factors can influence the export country's domestic trade policies, which can consequently impact commodity prices, the sudden rise in the cost of rice has put a significant burden on importers and businesses alike. As a result, we kindly request your esteemed office to review the situation and consider the appropriate measures to alleviate the economic strain caused by the rice price hike. We acknowledge the importance of international trade relations and respect the sovereign decision taken by the Indian government. However, we believe that a careful evaluation of the situation is essential to ensure a fair and balanced outcome for all parties. The 20% increase of export duty imposed by the Indian authority has evidently affected the cost of rice, and its impact on our local market cannot be ignored. In this regard, we would like to request your good offices on consideration for an adjustment to the price of rice. Currently, the price of 25 kg bag is at $17. It is imperative to reflect the changes in the international market by correspondingly adjust the price to $20 per bag. I trust that your office will take into account the broader implication of this situation and work towards finding a solution that minimizes the adverse effects on our business. We appreciate your attention to this matter and are confident that your office will take the necessary step to address our concern. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, for Association of Rice Importers. Signed, I believe the name is Chuaki H. Kadua.
Stamp on end.
Okay, thank you. So let's pause there, Duado. Look at the date. This letter was sent on the 3rd of October, 2023.
That's correct.
Prior to the October 10th election.
That's
so
correct.
this letter was sent to Mawani Dees, not Amin Moda.
Correct.
The importers requested, we want to increase the price from $17 to $20. It was sent to Mawani Dees. It was sent to George Manawea. Then what did the George Manawea administration do? They put up the next letter.
So this one is addressed to Amin Moda, or Minister Amin Moda.
Yeah, are you seeing it? There you go. Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir.
I can see it. So it says, this is 8th February 2024. The Honorable Minister Amin Moda, Minister of Commerce, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Monrovia, Liberia. Dear Minister, on behalf of the Association of Rice Importers, we extend our heartfelt congratulations on your appointment as Commerce Minister for the Republic of Liberia. Your wealth of experience and dedication to public service.
That goes slow, yeah. Anything you can see.
I know, make you an excellent choice for this position. And we are confident that under your leadership, Liberia's commerce will flourish. As representatives of the Association of Rice Importers, we are keenly aware of the significant impact the Commerce Ministry has on our industry and the overall economic landscape of Liberia. We wanted to bring to your attention a matter of significance that was previously communicated to the former Commerce Minister in October 2023. In the letter addressed to them, concerns was raised regarding the potential impact of the 20% export duty hike on rice from India. As you are aware, rice is a staple commodity in our country. Any changes in the importation policies can have a direct impact on the availability and pricing of this essential commodity. We believe that your experience in leadership will guide us through these challenges effectively. It would be greatly appreciated if you could review the content of the aforementioned letter and consider the implication of the export duty hike from India. To express our commitment and explore opportunities for collaboration, we will be honored to request a meeting with you at your earliest convenience. The meeting will provide us with the opportunity to...
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trying to upload the other one. But Duadu, we understand that this letter was sent to Amin Moda, just telling him about the previous letter, correct?
That's
and
right.
They're asking for a meeting. Now,
that's a solution.
Exactly. This was February 8th, 2024. It was sent to Amin Moda. We already saw the letter that was sent to George Manawea and Mawani Dees. This is about Joseph Barker government. Now let's talk about this one. All right. The time and date on this one, when they met Amin Model, the discussion, this is the one that's saying that the price of rice was reduced to $16.75. So on this, we'll just go to the third line. For and in consideration of the discussion held with the Rice Importers Association of Liberia, the following was agreed. With the confirmed stock of 120,000 metric tons of 25 kg bags of rice, Indian parboiled rice, 5% broken in the country, sufficient to last for the next 3 to 4 months, and new orders expected in the country between May and June. 2. The wholesale selling price of the 25 kg bag of the Indian parboiled rice, 5% broken, on the current stock will be reduced from $17 to $16.75, starting on Monday, February 19, 2024. 3. To provide the citizen with more affordable choices in the wake of global changes impacting the price of rice and other commodities. The Rice Importer Association will import and distribute along with 25 kg bag of Indian parboiled rice, 5% broken, an alternative rice variety to be sold at a lower price. The parties agreed to conduct periodic review when necessary to determine the price of the commodity. 4. The rice importer will collectively invest in local rice production to support local farmers through the MOCR Value Additional Program, reduce the dependency on imported rice, and boost the national rice reserve as a buffer against external shocks. The Ministry of Commerce and Industry and the Rice Importer Association will begin formulating the modalities for the initiative as early as March 2024. This is where we are. Mr. Duadu, across the board, starting Monday, the 19th, the price on the wholesale dropped by 25 cents. Let's have that conversation, sir.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to tell you this, Tenton. Whenever an organization is being run by an individual, let's say Mehmet is running an organization, and Abdullah Mehmet is not producing another organization, the rightful thing to do is to replace him. This is not, should not be something we argue about. If you live in this country and you understand what LEC is doing to Liberian citizens across the country, you want anybody who's running that entity to be scrutinized at the very highest level. If he's not producing, he goes. Let me get to the rice issue. I think Amin Muda's decision here is not very practical. This is what I would say to you. The reduction by 25 cents is almost a non-issue. What is the significance of that reduction? Why can't we become pragmatic about the decisions we make in Liberia? You're just trying to save face. How much are you going to save on a cup of rice? Right now, if I remember correctly, the cup of rice is going for about $60 Liberian for 1 cup of rice. Okay? When we were beginning, they say 1 man, 1 cup. It's more than half cup of rice. You can barely eat that. So the 25 cents is not going to make any significance. You say, oh, well, it got reduced. No, it really didn't get reduced because, first of all, the rice price is inflated to begin with. When will we start making real decisions that actually impact the people's lives? 25% reduction is not something to celebrate for me. I believe that decision is not practical because at the end of the day, if the importers are spending more, if the Indian government is increasing the tax or exportation tax on the rice, that cost has to be taken on by the business people, and by extension, it's going to be transferred to the consumer. So there's nothing Amin is doing that's going to help anybody in that sense. If Amin wants to make a decision, let him be practical. Let him put money into the production of rice locally. It is doable. It provides jobs. The 25%, look, we've been doing this thing for so long. Every now and then, we'll say, oh, we're doing red prior. We're doing the same thing over and over and over in the words of a great Liberian politician, Mr. Alexander B. Cummings. We keep doing the same nonsense, and we expect different results. It's not possible. Stanton.
Yeah, but listen, I think maybe this time around you confused me, but I know you're entitled to exactly your opinion. But let's talk about how is this going to benefit the man, the papa, the grandma, the grandpa up there with the reduction in this price by 25%. Would this also reduce the copper rice? You think it will be helpful for now? I know you're looking at the long term, Dualu.
No, it's not. It's not going to be helpful at all.
So it will not reduce the copper rice, Dualu?
No, it's not going to. It's too insignificant.
How so? I want to hear from you, Dualu.
It's 25 cents. Look, it's 25 cents. First and foremost, let's say this, right? If the copper rice, if a bag of rice is being sold for $17, the profit on each bag of rice is barely 200 Liberian dollars, right? But let's just be conservative and put it to 500 Liberian dollar for an entire bag of rice if it's sold by cup. If you reduce the rice price by 25 cents, the percentage in reduction is so neglectful or is so non-issue to the point where the copper rice price is not going to change. It's not going to impact the profit margin of the local sellers. So it's to a point, it's a moot point. It's insignificant. It's going to have absolutely no change. It's just going to be on paper.
But Dualu, my last question. I'm going to ask question, brother. And when you come in, you can ask Dualu your question or you can make your statement since the other folks have not joined us yet. Dualu, these guys were asking to increase the price of rice to $20. The government stood and said, no, you would not. And now they have a 25 cent reduction. Isn't this a great negotiation, Dualu?
First of all, the initial request for up to $20 was not even spoken to. So that is off the table. But sometimes when you do negotiation, there are several things you do. Sometimes when you don't speak to an issue and the person for whom you are not speaking to that issue allows it to fly, it's a win for you. I know this very well because I'm specialized in strategy. So it's not going to work the way it is being worked on. These guys are trying $20. Sometimes they have to mitigate the price upward to see what the government does. If the government accepts it, they pad their books and gain their profit at a higher level. But if they cannot do it, they allow it to go. So the importers win every single time because the people negotiating on behalf of Liberia allow these people to have all the leverage. The importers have all the leverage. Do you know how much is a 25 kg bag of rice in India? Does anybody ever look it up? Do you know it's far below $10? If you buy them in huge quantity, it might be $6 or $7. What justification is there to sell a bag of rice in Liberia for $17? How much profit margin? They're literally doubling the profit. Even if you add in importation cost, if you add in transport cost, is it warranting us paying bag of rice for 25 kg with 5% broken, which is more like 20% broken? If you look at the rice that'll be, it's really, really poor quality rice. And that poor quality rice can be grown here at home. That's a
I think, God, I beg you, let listen to other people. And I beg you, Mame, I beg you, Dr. Richardson, I beg you to please hold me. Armstrong Jabba that we bought 1,200 bag of rice from. He's farming rice in Liberia. He's producing rice. He was on our show. He said importers have no control of the price of rice in Liberia, not even the government. So this is about the worst, the entire world stand there. And mostly what is happening in Ukraine and Russia having a serious impact on this issue. So when the people come and say we won't do 20, and I mean hold them, instead of even doing 20, but yet they came down on a 17. Dualu say it's not a gain. Dr. Richardson, let me come to you, sister, and we'll come back to our brother Mame.
So for a new government and for someone who just got into the ministry, I believe that his move is commendable because number one, he is providing us with inventory, telling us like how long we have, whatever rice that is in stock, which I appreciate that. At least we got some information. Number two, 25 cents may not be a lot to me in this country, but I'm sure 25 cents may mean a lot to many people in Liberia. Because especially if we go by the statistics that say that Liberians tend to live on $2 a day, 25 cents is a lot. I mean, $2 a month. The second thing that Ami did was he did provide some solution. I think in the third line I saw he said that we are going to put money into our own rice production to buffer external problems, if I can see that correctly. So he is going to go to the rice grower in our country. It may not be now, but that's the direction that he's moving. So I want to respect his move so far, and I think in the beginning this is not a bad move because he just got there. The fact that he just did inventory is helpful to me, and the fact that
in less than a month, though, in less than a month.
exactly, a letter was sent to the past government, and nothing. This very same letter that you read, nothing was done to it. So I appreciate that. Now, if Ami continues to work this way 6-7 months down the road, I have some questions for him.
Thank you. Let me bring in Glendy. Glendy, this rest issue, less than a month, Ami have got his number one deal with the importers without giving them a dime, and also talking about we have reduced it to 25 cents below, and we're asking to go up by 20. No, yes, it's important to Glendy. Joe government can kick the can down the road. When they brought the letter to them, they said, no, wait for the next government. So talk to us, Glenn. If you have questions for Dualu, say he is on the opposite side of this great news, then we can ask him as well. Talk to us.
So I don't have a question for Dualu, but I think like Dr. Richardson is saying, I think for me, it garners some hope that at least Ami Modad is able to negotiate a deal with the importers. While it is true that 25 cents may not be significant, I would think it may not be significant to the retail buyers, but a wholesale buyer that's going to buy 100 bags of rice and get at least 25 cents off each bag, depending on what the volume will be on the wholesale price, that may be significant. But the fact that Ami just started and was able to make a deal, that's something for me, and I think it should be commendable that he made a deal. How far it extends, that's okay. I like also that he's also looking at Liberians producing their own rice, their own food. So those are things that we can see some hope towards and be excited about. But I think him being able to make a deal with the importers, it's something good that we should applaud.
Glenn, thank you. And I will call Ami after Mambe. But again, I want to give Dualu, now he's going to every one of us will go back to Dualu before we call Ami. For the record, Ami been on the job for just 2 weeks. Just 2 weeks. Go ahead, Abula.
I look at it almost similar to what Dualu raised, except that I wouldn't say it would not make impact, but the way I see it is, look at the other way around. If the price would have increased by 25 cents, think about it. If the price of rice would have increased by 25 cents today, you would have heard all the criticism in the country. Oh, Mr. Ami Modad went to Commerce Ministry. In less than 2 weeks, the price have increased to 25 cents, by 25 cents. Joe Walker president, the price has increased by 25 cents. That would have been the story. And that story would have been a negative story. It would have rustled fellows around the place. But I agree with Dualu and Glendy, and I think that Richardson also said it. The majority of our people buy rice, a good number of our people majority of our people buy rice by cup. They don't buy rice by bag. They go to the market, they buy their 5 cups, they go home and cook. If you reduce the rice price by 25 cents, it impacts those who buy the rice by bag and not those who buy the rice by cup. So when we're coming up with these policy positions, it's good. We'll be clear to our people. We'll be transparent with them. And if the government can do it, we will have the opportunity to sit on this platform, at least tell them it is unlikely that the 25 cents reduction will affect the price of the cup of rice for our mothers and brothers who go and buy rice by cup. Those people who buy rice by bag will experience reduction by 25 cents. If you put 25 cents in the Liberian dollar, you'll be talking maybe, I think it's $190 per $1 US now. I think the rate is $190. You divide that by 4, that's somewhere around
$50, $45.
Almost $45.
$45. So the person buying the bag of rice will experience $45 reduction, Liberian dollar
Yes.
reduction. They will
Yes.
save $45 per a bag of rice. But the people buying rice by cup will not experience reduction in the price of rice. That is the communication narrative around this policy position that is not clear and transparent in the press release. But yes, the move itself is just a traditional move that all government would do. Try means to create this situation. But the government of Liberia, the importers, the retailers, the distributors, they have no control. Tomorrow, if something happens in India, if something happens in Taiwan, that 25 cents you reduce, if Taiwan just shake a little bit, it is possible that in the next 2 weeks, you will see increase in the price of rice. The sustainable solution to that problem is what the press release hinted downstairs, I think around country. How can we move as a country? I raised that argument before. How can we move from subsidizing the importation of rice to subsidizing the production of rice? Consistently in government go, we've been subsidizing the importation of rice. It is time that we move to subsidizing the production of rice. I was impressed by the statement putting a date to say in March, because most of the time we come up with these policy statements, we don't put timeline. We don't determine indicators of performance. But this statement said at the end of March, the Ministry of Commerce, the rice importers will move into and adapt the modalities on how rice importers can help local producers to produce rice. So we know that at the end of March, we'll go back to ask them on the status of that effort, because that's where our hope lies. The sustainable production of rice is where our hope is. And if they say at the end of March, we look forward to that. Couple of rice people, it will not impact you. Bag of rice people, it will impact you. But the government is saying they will work with importers to support local producers so we'll have more rice, and eventually you can have impact on your cup of rice. And that action, according to the press release, will start in March. So we'll come back to reminder in March.
But Mame, I beg you, daughter, you're coming. Mame, here's the issue though. The price of rice is not going up. So there's some form of impact to those that buy the rice per cup. Let's look at for us to say they will have no impact, I disagree. The price of rice, those that buy in the retail, go in there and they take the cup, 1, 2, 3. That price will not change. Some people will do the fast and they go compared to slow down. That's what Rich is saying. Some people will go ahead and say, you know why? I'm saving $45. I'm probably going to sell my cup of rice, maybe take $5 out. If I'm making a $200 profit, and if I take $5, maybe I will come down to $150 profit, sell my rice faster and get more money. It all depends. But for us to say, and I disagree with Dwalu, but I will let Ami come in to discuss it. Now, my question to you guys, with the U.S. rate, the changes in the fluctuation within the exchange rate, would this also have an impact?
Yes, Senator.
Yes, sir, Dwalu.
Let me say this to you. Let me raise a point, and I want to just dig a little deeper into that. For about 8 years, I worked as a pricing analyst. That was my full-time job. So I understand prices, and I understand how they work. There is an invoice relationship when it comes to prices. So, for instance, if you add 25 cents to a product, or if you reduce a product by 25 cents, the effect that it have in increase is far greater than the effect that it has in decrease, even though it's by the same margin. We are talking psychologically. Let me explain what that means. The reason why I'll tell you 25 cents is going to have absolutely no impact, because it's what Meme raised. It's entirely true. The bulk of our people do not buy rice by bag. They buy it by the cup. The changes in the price is not going to affect the cost on price. I don't care how you swing it. When you factor in the fluctuation in the exchange rate on the market, right now it's fluctuating anywhere based on where you are between 90 and 94. You can find it sometimes for 92, 93, 94. So that shift in price that is constantly moving because it's not entirely stagnant. What is happening to the market constantly is the local people will continue to bear the brunt of that. I'll give you an example. If you went into a store here in Liberia, I'm buying material like crazy. I'm talking about sometimes, today I bought 800 cartoons of tile. The tile cartoon, they're selling them for, some of them, it based on the quality, anywhere from $5 to $13. The tiles that I bought today were $9.25 per cartoon. If I took in liberty, let's assume for the sake of simple math, if $10 is being exchanged for 2,000 Liberian dollars, and I took Liberian dollars, they're not going to take the 2,000 Liberian dollars from me in the market here in Liberia. They will want maybe $2,200 because they have to mitigate for the fluctuation in our price. So the local people are paying more. Now, on the overall, maybe for the sake of propaganda, you can say, you know what, the rest price got reduced by 25 cents. But I'm talking about in real term, on the market, it is insignificant. It's negligible. It's not going to impact anybody, even though it's a plus if you want to look at it that way. But I'm talking about in real term. Stanton.
Thank you very much. We're going to call Amin. You guys have anything else to add? You want to say something before we call Amin? Dr. Richard saying, Mame? All right, so we're going to go ahead and call Amin. And first of all, I just want people to understand. Folks, you listen to us. We just want you to let us know when we open the phone line, how much is a cup of rice? You went to the market today. How much is a cup of rice? We just want to understand.
$60.
How much?
60 Liberian dollars.
60 Liberian dollars is a cup of rice. All right. So let's call Amin, and let me call Amin, the Minister for Commerce. Minister Mudad, we call you Minister because of the show, but it's good that you're joining us. Good evening.
Good evening, Stan. How are you?
All is well. You are live on Spoon. It's always good to have you. We are discussing the reduction in the price of retail. I mean, not retail, wholesale, on the back of 25 kg by 25 cents. Right now, it stands beginning Monday, $16.75. The argument remains, and you heard our program, I believe you followed. I mean, update us. How important is this reduction, sir?
So, first of all, thank you for the continued engagement. Thank you to all of you for the comments. I'm a bit surprised with Dualu, who sometimes I believe read through things more objectively. I'm surprised that Dualu is focused on the 25 cents decrease rather than the fact that the rice price wasn't increased. Had it been increased, I think he's underestimating the repercussions had it been increased to the $20 that the rice importers have been requesting for since last year. And I don't take it lightly. I'm not looking for any kind of glorification, but I'm very glad that the rice importers worked with us on this, saw the importance for coming in, not to demand the increase of rice, the price of rice. There are several factors that we looked at, and again, as you know me for the past couple of years, Stan, I try not to do things haphazardly. I try as much as possible to conduct the appropriate research and to ascertain the facts. When we met the demand or the request for the increase of rice. Again, that was made before our time to my predecessor, and we received the same request when we took over. I've barely been in the office for 2 weeks. It was imperative that we conducted as fast as possible the research to ascertain the facts, and indeed 20% duty or tariff was imposed by the Indian government. We verified the fact that there are implicit costs associated with the crisis in Ukraine and the diversion of the shipping routes. We verified all of these things, and we're able to work with the importers to ensure, with all that we are now experiencing, with all the hard times as we see it in Liberia and the economic condition, that additional $3. While Dwalu is looking at the 25 cents, the additional $3 certainly, whether it was $3, whether we had negotiated to $2 or even $1 additional, would have impacted the ordinary people more significantly. Dwalu threw light or pointed to the fact that the solution is not to reduce rice price. I totally agree. The solution is not the reduction of rice price by 25 cents or $1. The solution is ensuring that our economy migrate to a more sustainable and self-sufficient environment. My agenda is not just to open the market. My agenda is not just to prepare us to start exporting. My agenda, again, as I alluded when we had the Senate hearing, is developing a new paradigm of trade agenda where we look at developing our capacity first, through value addition, by the way, or providing our basic needs. From there, if we can build the quality of our products to meet first our daily needs, our consumption locally, we will be able to then prepare to take advantage of whatsoever export market there is. Okay, this idea of export economy, I believe it's outdated. It's outdated in the sense it doesn't really that narrow, trade agenda doesn't address our current needs. So that's why you see, in addition to that mere 25 cents, we have set the groundwork with the importers who have been focused on importing rice in the country to also get into value addition. They are not farmers, but whatsoever that program will benefit the local farmers who will produce rice and supply these farmers, and gradually, even if it's incremental, even if it's within the first year, if we can target 5% of their importation, and that increases to 10%, 20%, 30%, it would be a good thing for Liberia. But it has to start from somewhere. And we have done something else in this negotiation and discussion engagement with the importers. It's no longer just about the Ministry of Agriculture developing rice production. It's about ensuring that local importers take a share through their corporate social responsibility to support that nascent industry that needs to be developed. I think it's a good start. I think instead of criticizing it, look at the positive side of it.
So
there are other aspects of the negotiation.
Minister, can we pause you? Can we pause you for a bit, please? It's good to have your own ways. Let me give Dwalu the chance to give you a reason why he thinks that it's kind of it's not a good idea. Then we will ask you a few questions if you will allow, please, Mr. Dwalu.
Mr. Minister, thank you so much, sir, for coming to the studio. We appreciate your presence. I am not downplaying the 25% reduction theoretically. What I'm talking about is the realism on the ground. Let me ask you my question this way. Initially, the importers wanted to increase the price to $20 by about $3 upward, but they were willing to allow you for them to agree to reduce it by 25%. I mean 25 cents. What justification did it provide initially? Why they didn't want to up the price by $3 and now they were willing to reduce it by 25 cents?
Well, I think before getting into the intricacies of why they reduced the 25 cents, let's establish that it was a positive move. You yourself, you are asserting the fact that the rice importers were requesting an increase by $3. Okay? By $3. That request was made to the previous administration. The previous administration did not negotiate. did not make any effort from what I have seen to ensure that it doesn't happen. We came in within less than 2 weeks. I got confirmed on the 6th, the 16th, just about 10 days. We're able to quickly engage those stakeholders to prevent that increase. 25% might be insignificant, as you're saying, but don't forget also, Balu, that a lot of the retailers should be Liberian businesses. A lot of those who are buying bulk from the wholesalers are Liberian enterprises. So yes, maybe not the person that buying it by per cup, but definitely those retailers, those people who are selling per bag, will be benefiting by 25 cents. Those are Liberian enterprises. Now, you yourself alluded to the fact that not much locally can impact the price of rice. You said that. And I agree with you. There are so many exogenous factors from the shipping, the freight costs, and what have you. But there are some things I believe a responsible government can do, and we are doing that. For example, we have started engaging the association of let me say the association, the freight forwarders. We have started engaging I've had meetings with a couple of shipping lines. We have meetings scheduled next week with APM Terminal. We have had meetings with the custom-related agencies to look at how overall we can drop the cost of doing business. And ultimately, if I can save 25 cents on a bag of rice, at the end of the day, I can get APM Terminal to drop some prices, the cost of doing business by $50 to $100. If we can eliminate some of the multiplicity of charges, perhaps look at CTN, perhaps look at some of those port charges. If at the end of the day we can break down and reduce the cost of doing business by $150 to $200,
Mr. Minister,
it's a very good thing for the business environment.
Mr. Minister, this is my position, and I would just appreciate for you to respond to this. I personally, if I were making that decision, I will allow the 25 cents to stay on the bag of rice and use that 25 cents as a subsidy to agriculture ministry. Don't you think that would be a better decision as opposed to reducing about 25 cents?
So no, I don't. I think that's another step that could help support the rice production. But I'm still not going to say that reducing by 25 cents has any negativity. What I'll add to this again, as I stated, there are other things that we discussed with the rice importers, and we have been discussing with other people. President Bwaka even came up recently in our discussion, his admonishment to move forward with this rice, to look at parallel to the road fund project, okay, that will put aside in an escrow 25 cents that will be purposely dedicated towards the production, the increase in the production of rice. Okay, so again, this is just, as we said, sometimes a drop in the bucket can fill the bucket. So this is just a first step to several initiatives that we are going to implement over the next few months, beginning with real engagement with the stakeholders. They are not going to be unilateral decisions. They are not going to be quick fixes. We intend to take decisions that will have a greater impact on the economy, not only in the short term, but in the long term. And I agree with you, there are several things that need to be done, but let's start by accepting some of the positive initiatives we are making now.
Thank you, Amit. Let me bring in Mame. Ambula.
I will have more questions when the minister put together his comprehensive plan, whether it is around putting 5 cents aside, like replicating the road fund situation.
Correct.
I will ask him more questions on that when I see that plan is published. When I read it, I can make sense of it. I will ask him more questions when it comes to the plan around when they complete their initial meeting in March with the importers on how the importers can support local production.
Yep.
I want to see we want to see specific, like I know he too want to see specific. We want to see specific to be able to ask those questions. Usually policymakers in Liberia will just make sweep statements. And I'm not indicting Mr. Modad for this. I'm just talking from experience. They will make sweet statements, no date attached, no timeline, no deliverables to track, and the news will just run with it, and nobody will go back to check on it. So I want to wait for that time where I see his plan on replicating the road fund. I want to see the plan on getting the importers to support local production. At that point in time, I'll be able to ask more questions. On the CTN issue, the United Party were in this place for over 6 years. Everybody was criticizing CTN. I think by now, the government should have a position on CTN. That we were in opposition for 6 years, and we listened to importers complaining about CTN. We saw it. Some of us were importers. We experienced it. Business people, as shown Mr. Modad, were importing and exporting. The government, by this time, should not be saying probably on CTN. It should be definitive, whether they will remove CTN or they will maintain it, or to what extent they will reduce the price. That should be a position of the government by now, after spending 6 years listening to this thing about CTN. So, Mr. Modad, hopefully, the next time you speak publicly, you'll be telling us the position of the government on CTN. Whether we'll maintain it, whether we'll cancel it, whether we'll maintain it or reduce price, is a position the government needs to take. Thank you.
So, Mr. Modad, you want to respond to Mame?
Sure. Thank you. So first thing, when you guys approached me on the rice project a couple of days ago, Stan, I made sure that before we announce anything, that we have substantive information to inform those decisions, and that's how I operate. And with the issue of CTN, it goes beyond just CTN. The agenda is to reduce the cost of doing business. There are some things that go beyond just changing the regulation, just reducing fees, but it's also creating that enabling environment. Today, I took a tour of the business registry that we have, that funding has been allocated to refurbish and resuscitate, with a high-tech solution that would ease the cost, the time frame and cost of doing business. We've already began having meetings with UNDP and other agencies to support that development agenda that we have. Ultimately, we want to, again, reduce the cost of doing business in a general sense. We're going to look at CTN and every other fees and tariffs, that impact the cost of doing business, even from the government. It might be expedient to eliminate or forego some of those fees, tariffs, or duties within the first year or a couple of months to stimulate investment, to guide investment towards priority sectors. So those are things we are looking at holistically. And I can assure you, one of the things that you can rest assured of is a very responsive and engaging Ministry of Commerce. So whatsoever we intend to do, we engage the public, get the perspective from both sides, from all sides of the spectrum. The suppliers, the consumers, and the policy stakeholders, to ensure that those decisions we made have the buy-in of the people, buy-in of all stakeholders, and have real impact, not just saying it. So CTN, I'm not going to specifically say we're going to eliminate CTN or eliminate this student, but we are working on reducing the cost of doing business. And if that means eliminating CTN or reducing some tariff from the government, we will do so in a sustainable manner.
Yeah, I know we're going to talk about CTN. I really want us to talk about CTN holistically. Mami, are you done with your question? Can we move on?
Yeah, I'm waiting for the plans.
Okay, so I think we'll talk about CTN holistically, but I just want to be very simple here, But the copper rice, knowing that the reduction is by 25 cents, is the U.S. exchange rate in the country have any serious impact on the reduction?
Well, definitely the exchange rate impacts the cost of anything. Okay, we're not going to negate that. Again, I'm saying you are saying 25 cents reduction of 25 cents. I'm saying no addition of $2.
Correct.
You understand where I'm getting at?
$3. $3. No addition of $3.
$2 to $3.
Yeah.
Okay. So I still think it's a positive step. Now there are several factors that affect the cost of doing business. Not only the importation cost. And let me tell you, I really believe as a businessman and someone who has paid salaries, who engaged, who had more than 100 persons employed, that at times when you have a vibrant economy where people can earn their living, where the market woman down water side can afford to enter a fine dining restaurant and buy something more expensive, buy better clothes, 25 cents or $1 increase in the price of rice will be insignificant. And that's the kind of environment we want to foster. A more progressive, we want to build a middle class around a comparative advantage where Liberians start thinking about those 26 businesses that were put aside and start looking at valuation, looking at bigger investments. We want to create that environment. And that's what we're working towards. CTN, several of these charges, again, several of these multiplicity of charges are going to be looked at critically, I can assure you. And when we make a decision as a government, it will be truthful in the interest of people, it will be sustainable.
Thank you. Let's go to Glendy, and Dr. Richardson will take us home. Glendy?
So, Mr. Modan, I just wanted to say these initial steps are promising. But I want to also, my question is a very short one. What if we wake up March 1st and there is an increase in the price? Then what happens globally?
So that's why if you look at one of those bullet points, we have negotiated with the rice importers to get in an alternative. So if the price of that 5% broken rice, proper rice, will increase to $20, I'm just saying something, or $19, we want to ensure that by that time, maybe we have 25% broken proper rice in town for $16. Okay? In a free market economy, supply and demand plays a whole part. Affordability and being able to have choices is key in ensuring that the people can survive those hard times.
All right.
Thank you, Ame. Dr. Richardson?
Mr. Minister, thank you so far for the work that you are doing. It falls in line with my expectation of you. My question to you is, there's a general sentiment that the people who purchase cup of rice as opposed to the bag of rice may not feel this good impact. What are you thinking? Are they going to feel this good impact?
No, I think they would. And we hope by the time we have developed this economy, people will be buying bags of rice instead of cups of rice. Let's be frank. It's because of the hard time that you find people buying cups of rice to survive. We hope that, and we believe that with the agenda that we are developing for the economy, will build the purchasing power of the ordinary people to buy a bag of rice rather than cups of rice. Again, this is just a baby step. I'm not looking at the 25% reduction. I'm looking at not increasing it by $3. I'm not looking only on the 25% reduction. I'm looking at creating the platform where importers will play a greater role in ensuring that rice is produced on the market. I'm not only looking at that 25 cents. I'm looking at us probably through this medium and support from the donor community, our development partners, we can strengthen our standards facility to ensure that those products, the rice that will be produced in Liberia, will meet international standards for export, will meet the quality. So there's a holistic approach in developing our trade and business environment that goes beyond just that 25 cents.
Go ahead, man.
Only other feedback is that I know that we had a lengthy letter that you presented to us. I think that it would be a good thing to go on the radio station and speak to our people, because a lot of them may not be able to read the letter that you sent out there, which I'm sure you're doing already, but I just wanted to make sure that that is the case, that a lot of our people listen to the radio and they will benefit from hearing what you're saying.
So again, we have barely been in office for more than 10 days. One of the things that we are looking at, there are 10 action points that we are looking to implement within the next 30 days, and we're broken down into 30 days, 90 days, and a year, leading to a full-fledged 5-year agenda for the Ministry of Commerce that that transcends just the Ministry of Commerce but trade-related agencies. And one of those agenda that's key, we can have all the good intentions. If we don't have the institution that has the capacity to implement its mandate, it's going to be a failure. So we're looking critically at developing the capacity of the Ministry of Commerce. And one area is the public-private engagement, public-private partnership, making sure that people know what's obtaining. As critical as Spoon TV is, I have never felt, even when I was chairman of the Unity Party, to appear expected the worst kind of debate from you guys. So it's the same personality, same approach to leadership that I am bringing to the Ministry of Commerce. You have a responsive, proactive public service department that will inform the people. We've already started working on a periodic newsletter. There are several things. You will see a new kind of Ministry of Commerce, I can assure you.
So, thank you very much for stopping by, man. We just, but final question on this again. We'll follow through 25% reduction. Great news for the country. Say what you want to say. Today, we are not talking about $20 for the bag of 25 kg. I guarantee Liberian out there will going to be a major protest calling for your head on the silver platter. Seriously, if you were to agree anything contrary to what we heard today, it was going to be President Bouaka, please remove Amin Modal. But because of the great news, we hope that we can do more reduction and adjustment in the prices out there, that the people can feel the pinch at least and be satisfied that the copper rice will come lower than $50 or they'll be able to afford a bag of rice. Now, my question to you, are you looking through audit to investigate the $11 million that were given by the previous government to rice importers, sir?
So we are looking at conducting a detailed audit of the Ministry of Commerce and all its activities over the last couple of years. Not because we want to get at anybody, it's because we want to understand what we are inheriting. Okay? From initial meetings with the donors, there are some issues that need to be addressed. There are some things that we need to understand. And I can assure you that I, as a businessman and someone who taking attention focuses on accountability, I definitely want to chart a course where I know where we are, where we're heading, and what we are inheriting. So
but on your side conversation, you can answer. If not, that's fine. On your side conversation, can you tell us, you ever ask any one of those rice importers whether they ever received money from that 11 million?
No, I haven't. Honestly, my focus was to prevent a chaos that would have ensued if the rice price had gone up. Okay, and mind you, I have not gotten my deputy ministers and assistant ministers. So all of these things we've been doing over the last couple of days has been just one person with the support of those staff that we had at the Ministry of Commerce. So we have an agenda, and by next week, I believe I'm hearing that the president has decided on the deputies and assistants. I think he has been very careful on the Ministry of Commerce because of the role and implication of having the role the Ministry of Commerce plays in the economy, the requirements for those who are appointed to these positions.
Thank you very much.
I'll update you guys by next week, or week after next, when we have a preliminary roadmap on some of our priorities. I will come back to you guys, to the public, to let you know where we are headed.
Thank you very much, the Commerce Minister, Amin Modal. We appreciate and have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Eduardo. You heard the minister, and go ahead.
I think the minister selection was a great one. He seems to know what he's talking about. I think he has a direction for the ministry, and we are all rooting for him. You know, we pray because if he delivers, Liberia gets a little better. We just want the best, and it seems like he's working to give Liberia the best. That's what I surmise so far from him. This is good for us.
Thank you very much. And can we move to the next thing real quick? It's important before we get to LDC and all the different contract, the 3 different contract. How you call him? What's his name again? Captain, or Major Captain Hab. Let's talk about
who is Captain.
And that's his name, Captain. Captain.
You stop.
I'm trying to figure out somebody. How you pronounce it, Captain or Captain?
Captain.
Okay, all right. Okay. So I want to bring this. We just received this. I want to ask you. This information just came across. It's in the chat room, I believe. I did, right? I think I put it in there, right? The information here, we just got to just turn the course right now real quick. I'd like to hear you guys. Your talk to us. The government, this government of the Republic of Liberia now is putting pause on employment. So let's read it. So Circular Memo, all heads of GOL, Government of Liberia spending entities, Alfred Drasey, Principal Administrative Officer in charge, Civil Service Agency, CSA. Freeze on employment for all civil service in position. February 16, 2024. That's today. I present my compliments and wish to inform all heads of GOL spending entities that the Civil Service Agency, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning, has placed a freeze on employment for all civil service positions effective immediately pending period audit by the government. This freeze will also include no transfer, no salary top-up, no promotion. Additionally, all email for processing payroll transactions are hereby suspended. Thank you for your kind cooperation as we continue to work in the interests of the government and people of Liberia. Here we are. Mr. Eduardo, I'm coming back to you again. Is this a good walk in the park?
Yes, this is extremely brilliant and necessary. In order to set your course, it's like you go into a destination, right? So you want to know the roadmap to get there. And part of knowing that roadmap is first to define the road you're going to take. So I think this is a great start. Make sure we fully understand what we have. If we're going to make decisions surrounding what we have to be able to define it. We have to be able to carry it, and then we have to present it as though this is what we are working with. So this is brilliant. This is a great way to audit the system, and I think Honorable Prakai and his team have made a great move here. I love it.
No promotion, no transfer.
All around.
Compared to what we were saying yesterday, though, we are not working to harmonization, right?
Not necessarily. You don't have to harmonize. It's just not the approach they're taking. But what they're doing here, they're accounting for what is going out. And this is how, it's another form. Look, don't call it another name. It's not harmonization, but it's accountability on the record. Let's call it that way.
No, I think something is happening here.
Yeah.
The deputy minister, Minister of State, 730 names alone. They can find them. But let me finish. I haven't finished, Mr. Eduardo. They can find them, but they are receiving pay.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. The explanation, these people that were on the payroll.
But I'm not asking for explanation. Let me say my own.
Now, listen, but you said they can't find them. That's not true.
But let me say my own now.
Well, that's what they said, though.
Go ahead.
You go ahead because you are the mister. I'll wait when you finish.
So, yeah, let's say this. Some of the people of the 730 names, the majority of them, even though they were not officially on the payroll, they were like subcontractors that were not in the system, were getting paid off the record. They're present at these ministries. If you go to the various ministries, on the previous administration, they would just hire people that are not officially hired, but they are the ministry just roaming around. So you can say they're not people they don't see. You can find these people. Some of them were just there collecting paycheck. They should not be. This is not my argument. My argument was these are real people. There's not people, not ghosts. They were real people.
But
so what is not true? I didn't say this. The woman went for confirmation hearing. She said it gets 730 all over the place. The only reason I'm making mention of this, and I want Liberians to listen to every one of us, and I will call the former director general for the CSA. He's going to contribute tonight. The only reason why I'm making mention of this, Duadu, Burma Kamara is very strategic. To find those ghost names, those dummy people that are on payroll, to do all these things, first of all, poor freeze. Nobody will move names from here to there. That's the argument. That's my own opinion. That's my own contribution. He been very strategic, working along with CSA, said, listen, we are in a mess. The country, the government don't have the money right now. Freeze everything and then find a solution. I think that's a brilliant idea. You just alluded to it, but I think something is happening beside Minister of State in every entity, every ministry. The people, George Weah government, increase the employment status, increase everything, and make it so confusing. So this move to freeze it, I applaud them. Mame, your take on this memo?
Yeah, the memo is good. You see, when we were campaigning, people say Liberian people now they can vote on platform. But we argue that even if the people can vote on platform, the people who leading should lead on platform, right? So it's not because the people not voting on platform. So those who want to lead cannot develop and advance a platform. I'm saying this to say that when a government takes over, when an administration takes over, this whole 90 days deliverable is intended to change the atmosphere, the governing atmosphere in the country. So people begin to see the direction the country is taking across different fronts. And the only way you can do that is through making key policy decisions. The only way you can make key policy decisions is if during the campaign period, you are studying the economy, you are studying different sectors, and you have an informed opinion that your action on day one or within the 30 days is informed and ready to move forward. CTN, for example, one action the President Bouaga would have taken in 90 days was to make a decision on CTN. A clear position on it, because it's been existing for over 3-4 years. So you can't come back and still say you want to study it again. Yes, but I mean, when you come back, that 90-day grace period is intended to match what you already know to what you see on the ground, but it should be something that you make decision on. This memo is an example of how you send a message of a changed atmosphere. When George Weah was elected in 2018, by this time, they were employing people. Party chairman, party secretary were sending lists all around. The reverse is what we're experiencing now. The government is sending memo around to stop employment. This is how you do, this is how you change the governance atmosphere. And only people who can do this are people who are informed about the sector they preside over. They know what they want to do. They know the direction they're taking. Those are the people who can make this type of decision. So yes, we appreciate the civil service. It's good. The ordinary people in Liberia, there's a parable that says you can't be running and scratching your feet. You will fall. So because you want to clean payroll of ghost names, you can't be cleaning payroll of ghost names at the same time adding employees on the payroll. That's the whole theory about you can't be running and scratching your feet at the same time. So let's give it a chance. These are all good signals. Let's give it a chance and see how it will come up. But we know in instances where sometimes these memo come or say don't employ and people are passing all around the place, putting people on payroll on a cover. But we trust that they will do it and do it good. Because what the essence of just having people flooded on the payroll, the government is ineffective, it's inefficient, it's not creating jobs for people outside. And everybody depends on the government collapse. rather than having qualified, competent people in government making decisions to create opportunities in private sector for other people to get jobs. So it's a good communication. We hope that those who are responsible to ensure it happens will put freeze on employment until we understand the flood of ghost names across government payroll.
I agree with you, Mambe, and I think that's the problem that caused CDC to just go through harmonization and go through everything else, because CDC came and just started employing everyone. They freeze to study the market to understand exactly where we are in the line of payroll. I think it's good. Glennie, we have the former Director General for CSA. But let's hear you quick. We go to Dr. Richards and then we'll bring him on.
So I think it's a good move, because you don't know what you have, and then you start adding new people. That could cause a serious problem. So it's good to check and see who's on payroll. Like I like today, I listened to the press secretary. And one of the things they're going to be doing an audit soon. So those people that form a part of the 730 names, they have to come with their documents. They have to do employment verification. And if they don't have that, then the decision will be made to either put them back into the system correctly or terminate them. But I think this move is a strategic one that's going to be beneficial to the government, to know exactly who they have on their payroll and to be able to know what amount they need for payroll. So that's a great move.
Dr. Richardson?
Yeah, I like this step, and similar to what Mommy was saying, that when you have people who know what they're doing, they not only want to do a gotcha movement by doing an audit, they want to know what they have, what they're starting off, what they're working with before they move forward. And it sounds to me this is what the Minister Amin Modai was saying, and this is what the Minister Burma Kamara is also doing. I want to know what I have, so at the end of the day, when I'm leaving, Liberian people can say, oh, this so and so you came in with this, and you have this at the end. So at the end, he can say, this is what I started with, and this is what I'm leaving you guys with. So I like it a lot. We can't hear you. We're not hearing you.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, my friend. Your name and where you joining us from? Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
I'm Hans Williams, former Director General of the Civil Sector.
The memo came up today, Mr. Williams. Can you talk to us? Given the time right now, I mean, a lot of people appreciating the fact that through the CSA and that of the Ministry of Finance, this is a good idea.
Yeah, I would like to thank Arthur Trucy. He used to work with me. I think I promoted him. He's a smart guy. I think that's a smart move by Arthur Trucy. However, I think the government needs to do more than what Arthur Trucy did.
More? You calling for more to do what, sir?
One, I think the president of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Boaga, issued executive order number 1.
Sir, can you hear us? I mean, we're waiting for you to speak.
Yes, I'm hearing you.
But go ahead. Executive order number 1 on what?
Number 1, putting a halt on employment and rewriting to the laws when prior to the elections, the day elections was open. Those who were employed at that time must after the opening of the elections should be null and void. That will save the government of Liberia. And those who were doing the process of campaigning were placed on payroll, names should be canceled from the payroll and have an audit of the entire payroll. This will save the government of Liberia some money, because the government employed people because they wanted them to support them. You see, so those employment must be reviewed by civil service, whether they went through the civil service. Because when I took over this at the civil service, I review all the documents. I brought in the testing
Thank you.
part of the programming. So I want you to look at that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. We appreciate your time. Thanks for your contribution, sir. All right. So, I mean, his idea is that freeze everything and executive order number 1, but it's something similar to what they just put out through the memo, though it didn't say executive order number 1. But let's welcome Isaac, though. Before we move to our next conversation, I think I really appreciate the memo from CS8. I really appreciate the working relationship with the Finance Minister, Boma Kamara, and his entire team. I think this is a way forward as we get towards finding a solution for ghost name folks that are on payroll. This will stabilize and bring some discipline to the civil service and that of the Finance Ministry when you're talking about payroll. It will bring some real stability. Mr. Dole, thank you. You've been following the conversation. Talk to us. Where are you, sir?
Well, hi. It's nice to be back, although very late due to some other issues. Hi to everyone, our listeners as well. Yeah, I've followed you folks and talking about the issue of the supposed deduction in the price of rice. As we've always said, we are not opposition as opposition. We are just patriotic Liberians that will come in when there should be a need to come in, and that will definitely ask questions when there should be a need to ask questions. Now, in this form now, rice was $17. It's been brought down to about 25 cents, which is not significant, but in my mind, once it is 1 cent, is something. So kudos to the government. But the kudos to the government is not in relation to helping the life of the ordinary people. It's in relation to helping those who are making money make more money. And I would have loved to have given the government kudos had they taken the policy that would affect the actual layman, man water, man zero, that goes in the market to buy her cup of rice. Let's be very fair here. I listened to Stanton talking about, oh, it's a good thing. In 2 weeks, this government brought the rice down. When we talk about LEC, it's not the government, it's the other government. When we talk about the other one, SPOR, it's not the government, the other government. But Red Press come down in 2 weeks, that's the government. You know, the people will always see the reality of what we say. President Biden is the president of this country. He must take responsibility. And I was listening to it, I was laughing. I even listened to the minister coming talking about the Ukraine war, and I was wondering, did the Ukraine war start January 22? Ukraine war started a long time. You get to know about that. But anyways, those are things that our people will see the reality in. Let's go to the real issue. If you're running on like our economy, the most important things you want to do is having the decisions you take affect the lives of man zero, man Dwadi, the people that are at the least of the bottom, and not keep making the rich richer. Listen, the exchange rate, first off, we need to know most of the people buy their rice by cup of rice. And when they are doing that, they don't use US dollars to buy the rice. They use Liberian dollars. So once the US rate, the Liberian rate against the US keeps climbing, meaning the Liberian dollar keeps depreciating, you're not going to have the little man benefiting from any increase from wholesale price. That price will only be benefiting the people that go buy plenty of rice and resell it to the layman. The layman's price will keep increasing because the rate, the exchange rate, keeps increasing. That's the reason why open the line and call people to tell you how much for rice, cup of rice. Wait until 2 weeks, call them again, ask them how much for rice again. The price will either increase or the price will remain the same. It is the second time we are getting deduction in price. I know the fuel price went down, the gas from $7.80 the last time to $8.45, it went down. This is the second time. Though again, I will say kudos to the government for making those who purchase in wholesale get more money. But I would really want the government to take decisions that will affect man Joa, man zero, Ente Yuade, who goes in the market to buy a cup of rice. And I've not seen that. I know we've also, other person, just to another person, talked about production of rice on the Liberian market. Those are brilliant ideas. Those are very good things. But we can also talk ideas, and we can talk about the durability. Sometimes we want to be sure the sweet things don't come. We want to look at beyond what the sweet things mean. As to if Liberia, with a 600 million budget, can produce rice now to feed all its citizens, it would be the good thing for our country. But we have to look at it, talk reality beyond just saying those good things.
Mr. Doe, thank you for joining Spoon as always. We'll be moving to our next conversation. The issue on the rice. Who did your government give the $11 million to? The rice subsidies. You have any information to share with us tonight?
Well, I do have information, though it's not full information. I will note that the folks from Ministry of Finance will be the right people to respond to that in full. But I do know for the fact, though, that the Liberian government, when we came into power, rice was at $16. We took it down to $13 for 4 years. That was because the government was subsidizing, meaning the government was paying towards some of the prices that the actual people should have paid. And what I know, payments have been made to importers who were. Now, if payments were made, you always give allegation, although we've never seen any evidence for those. The folks from Ministry of Finance, this is a radio. They can go to Ministry of Finance, get the real record. If they've paid who they paid to, that will be record. They can look at it. I can't in full say exactly what happened because I didn't work at Ministry of Finance.
But your government didn't share this information with us.
Well, like I said, you are at liberty to get any record you want to get. You can send your reporters at Ministry of Finance tomorrow, and I can guarantee you they will get all of the information they need. I'm not sure there's any secret. Now,
we want to announce to Liberians. Thank you for answering my question. We want to announce to Liberian home and abroad. This is a great start. 2 weeks into this government, 2 weeks into this ministry, that the price of rice, instead of going up to $20, is now around $16.75. But we pray that it drop even more. Rome was never ever built in a single day.
Yeah, CEO, stand up, please.
No, don't CEO me now. Let me feel my own.
I want to ask you something. I wanted to ask you and you left. So please give me 1 minute to ask you. I will ask you. I wanted to ask you directly, but you left. So just one minute, please. So is it a good thing that the rice price came down from 16.17 to 16.75? Stunter, you are asking. Is it a good thing?
So it's a good thing that the rice price came down from 70. But listen now, I beg you.
Please answer my question. I just came, let me do your job.
Yeah, and I won't give you the chance. Ask your question. Then you give me a chance. Let me answer.
I don't want yes or no. That's all. Okay. It's a good thing, right?
The message in trap for you. Just say yes or no.
No, wait. I'll say right? Yes or no. Go ahead.
No. It's a good thing, right?
Go ahead. Ask your question. Ask your question.
I ask you. So the credit for the rice
I want
price.
to ask your question clearly, and I will answer. Ask your question.
Yeah, I'm asking you now. The credit for the rice price coming down within short 2 weeks or 3 weeks goes to who?
So on October 2023, hold on now. Listen. And that's why I say you are misplaced because the world never treated you good. He put you to youth and sport. Deputy Minister for Football, that wasn't good for you. October, the importers that your government lied and said they gave them $11 million. The importer came to Mawani Dix and said, Glennie, they told Mawani Dix, we won't carry the thing up. The answer Mawani Dix and Joey gave them say, you're waiting after the election.
So now put a letter or let you read it.
Let me put a letter up. And you know, but my brother, please.
We take the credit.
No, I beg you. Hold on. October 3rd, 2023. It's there. It's written. They sent a letter to Madam Minister Mawani Dix to please tell Mr. President George Banawea. Mawani Dix told them, say, I will not answer you guys. You'll wait till after the election. And after the election, on the 8th of February, they reminded Minister Amin Bodao swiftly, strategically. Amin Bodao said, I will not sit here and ignore this letter or kick the can down the road. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to call a meeting. Number one, divide and conquer. He never called all of them at once, Dr. Richard say. He met individual importers. Then he brought them together. You know what he said? The government owe us. I mean, don't want to say it, or let me say it. They've been kicking the can down the road. Now, it is your government. I mean, you are the minister. You must take care of this thing. And Army went in as a good cop and bad cop. The people have agreed today. Yes, the document. From $17. Since you said we might not carry it to $20, I mean, we agree. We will give President Joseph Yima Boakai the chance. From $17, we are now going to drop it to $16.75. It is a damn good thing. And I think the Liberian people, as we begin to reduce these different forms of adjustment into the prices, I think it's a good thing. And I think, you know why? For 2 weeks, I applaud Amin, and I trust in Joseph Yima Boakai as president of the country. He will be on the back, and the right thing will be done, as we are saying. Civil servant force, on salary and transfer and employment, we are seeing the right thing. Okay, few prices dropping from LPRC, we are seeing the right thing. Who takes the credit? President Joseph Yima Boakai and this government will take the credit and take the credit to the bank.
Okay, so just give me a chance now. Let me ask you my second question.
No, I gotta move on, man. I'm not gonna waste time with you. No, I beg you. It's not an asset show.
Who take the credit?
When you do what?
When we sleeping in heat all around this country, when we sleeping in heat, because LEC coming 6 hours a day now, 5 hours. Who takes the credit for that?
And I will answer you like this. I will answer you like this. Nelson, can you bring Acid Door answer? Nelson, are you with us? Bring the guys on. Hold on, Acid Door. No. Hold on, Acid Door. Don't spoil the show, man.
We're not going to hold on. No.
Let the people enjoy the show. Acid Door, don't spoil the show. Nelson, can you come on?
The people of our country.
Hey, man, I beg you. I say you interrupting us. Minister
Dove, you even give it the job.
No, but I beg you, Minister Dove, I get an answer for you. Wait. Nelson, bring the guys on. No, that answer I said.
I'm not looking at what Nelson bringing. I will ask you. I want you to answer it. I'm looking at what
answer you.
I will
answer you. I will answer you. Everything with this government, 24 days into this government, good or bad, the government will take responsibility. When it is bad, the government will adjust and do better. Okay,
so
thank you.
Let's move on.
We will not shy away. This government will not shy away when our pens are cut down. We will capitalize on our mistake and we'll do the right thing. Unlike George Biden, we are government, we will not shy away. So give me a chance. Nelson, bring the guys on.
No, I don't know, guys.
But I beg you, don't spoil our show, man. We're moving by topic, but I beg you. There's a reason why I said I'm gonna bring the guys on. We're going to LDC small. Nelson, go ahead. Where are they?
They're in the background. Chokon, are you there?
But call them now. Call them because we gotta move. Nelson, call them, please. And guys, I wanna. You see, our guys are on the street, mommy. They are all over Monrovia right now. We are looking for electricity. They are all over. We want to be very raw, Randy, Dr. Richard saying. We want to give it as it is. We get a lot more to cover. The guys are on the street. That Monrovia right there, part of Monrovia. Bring them on, Nelson. Give them volume. Let the Liberian people hear them.
Chokon, can you unmute?
Shogun.
Hello.
Can you hear us? Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Oh, you are live. You are on the show now. Where are you? Where in Monrovia are you, Shogun?
Currently, I'm here on Camp Johnson Road, but earlier on we toured Monrovia. We were on the famous Broad Street, where the entire place is currently
dark. You will go back there. Let's talk about Camp Johnson Road, Chokon. You are working late tonight because the managers, the CEO asked you to. We will bring this as it is. Where on Camp Johnson Road are you? Where part of Camp Johnson Road?
I'm right here before AMEU. right here before AMBU. As you can see on the screen here, motorcyclists are coming and their lights are flashing, but the entire place is dark. It's in total darkness, and this entire route going all the way UN Drive, the entire route is
Are
dark.
you on a bike? I mean, I know you there with someone. I know you are safe. The security out there.
Yeah,
Can you now?
yeah.
Can you now?
I have Magic and
That's okay. Don't call the name. But can you now drive through? We want to follow you. Show us the different buildings. Show us the different ministry. Help people understand where are you. Let's take a few seconds on this, Choco, please.
Okay, just follow. We're making our way to Broad Street and other areas, as you can see, moving through. So as we go along, we see the various streets. So you see these shops.
You gotta get closer to the microphone, Choco.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Talk to us.
Yes. I said you see these shops. This is the Ministry of Transport here. The Ministry of Transport.
So wait in front of the Ministry of Transport, Choco. Wait in front of the Ministry of Transport. The street light, the ministry is totally dark. Am I correct? Can you just let us see the Ministry of Transport?
Sure. The Ministry of Transport right here at the intersection of Kerry and Warren Street, and the entire ministry is dark. Adjacent buildings here are also dark, and up there is the Ministry of Post and Telecommunication is also completely dark.
Choco, we are not seeing it. Put the camera to the ministry if you can. I know it's dark, but we want to see something.
See, all the place is dark. Even if I take the camera there, you will not see anything. The place is dark. As you say, just 3 feet away from the ministry, and still you can see it.
So you got post and telecommunication and you got transport, total darkness.
Yes. Yes. Where we are, the entire street here, Kerry Street, is dark. And we're moving up to Broad Street. Monrovia is completely in darkness, as you can see.
Choco, make
So
sure
go
you
working with flashlight. Go working with flashlight in the city.
that same packet of lights. What's that? Is that what kind of lights? What kind of
These
building is that?
lights these lights are from shops and stores who have their private generators. They are running it just to scare away thieves from their properties here. The lights way ahead there is the Avalanche Bank. The lights.
Are you making your way there, Choco?
Yes, I'm making my way there.
All right. So go ahead. We will follow you. We will follow you. Go ahead. We want to say while you're there, just mute yourself. Mama, talk to us, please. Talk to us on what we are seeing here.
We see complete total darkness. And this, what you see here is not only just in the city. When you go in the communities where people sleeping now, no lights, they eat. I mean, it's disturbing. And if somebody asks who takes responsibility or who takes responsibility for the prevention of increasing the price of rice, the people who refuse to pay the 17 million debt to CRE from Ivory Coast are the one responsible for the lack of electricity in the town. Mr. Captain, during the campaign, ran a story all around. Oh, we paid the money. We paid the money. Samuel Tour, the Ministry of Finance, they ran all around. Oh, we paid the money. We only just concluding for the power to come. Yeah, we today. So October, November, December, January, February, we cannot get the power because we did not pay the money. We are negotiating an opportunity. We are negotiating to reschedule payments. You can reschedule payment as many times as possible. You can beg and take loans as many times as possible. When the management team of the institution is ineffective and inefficient, you will sell the electricity, you will not generate the money to pay back to increase the number of power you need in the city. So it's like putting water in a bucket that has hole. It can't get full. You can take loan all over. The World Bank can provide all the funding. PRSG can provide additional power. Once there is a leakage at LEC, a leakage as a result of corporate gangsterism. Corporate gangsterism is when the chairperson of the board of the corporation decides to hire himself as CEO, decides to be a project manager. That's corporate gangsterism. There's no check and balance. So for that reason, the management and even the people on the field doing the work who realize that from at the top of the institution, there is gangsterism, there's corporate recklessness from the top of the institution, they too adapt similar posture in mid-management level, and even the people on the field connecting the different institutions with meter adapt similar gangster attitude. They connect institutions and take money that will not pay bills that go to government. So government cannot generate the money to pay back to the CRE company to get more power. So corporate gangsterism from the top, recklessness from the top, comes in management level. It goes to people on the field who connecting and compromising the collection of fees, and that in itself lead to no power coming and the people living in darkness. So
And Mame, I know you in Flages. I beg you, let's bring in the reporter again because he's on Broad Street. I believe that Broad Street. Give us an update where you are for us to have this full conversation. It's so unique. I think that's talk to us. Where are you right now?
We are on Broad Street and we just passed the SRB Bank. As you can see, we're moving up Broad Street. But the entire street is dark. The lights you see here are from private business centers. The structures here, as you can see, this is the central bank.
Let's see the central bank again. Go back to the central bank. When you reach over to those areas, let us see. That's the central bank. That's the central bank. Good. Go ahead.
So this is Broad Street. We're still moving ahead, and the entire street is in darkness. Like I said earlier on, Monrovia is dark. We are at the intersection of Buchanan and Broad. We are at the intersection of Buchanan and Broad.
Show the Ministry of Finance.
Show us the Ministry of Finance if you are there, please.
Yeah, we will soon arrive at the Ministry of Finance. This is the famous Providence Baptist Church here, where Liberia was founded. This is Providence Baptist Church. Total darkness, and as you can see everywhere here, CEO.
And this is central. This is central Monrovia. This is the capital city. Dr. Richardson, Glennie. What you guys have to say as you get closer to Finance Ministry? Total darkness. The government left us in under the leadership of Monica Tam. The country is dark. If you didn't do it before, how can you do it now? What's the possibility when the people try to say we want a change? Look at the country. Look at the capital city. Look at the central part of the capital city. Liberians must see this home and abroad and then inform our decision as to whether we have a country. Dr. Richardson.
It's shameful, unbelievable, unacceptable. And every time I try to think about 17,000 against the backdrop of no light, it angers me. You know, I know that somewhere in the job responsibility of the management of LEC, it says that providing electricity for Liberians. I'm sure maybe it may not be in the words that I'm speaking. And if you cannot do that and you're still collecting a paycheck, to me, it's a form of corruption. It's a form of power theft. So, I mean, it's just embarrassing. That's all I can say. I mean, there's more that needs to be done about this electricity because it is the bedrock for anything we do in our country. So that's all I have to add.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Are you at the famous finance ministry yet? No, he's still there. Where are you before
Yeah,
Glennie
at
jump in?
Ministry of Finance and Development Planning. As you can see on your screen here, we see a couple of lights, but we don't know whether this is solar
Those are
panel.
garden light. Those are outside exterior garden lights. All right, just for the exterior part.
These
Glennie,
lights are outside, but the
are you
entire
okay?
building is completely dark.
Yeah, hold on
As
one
you
minute.
can see
Hold
from
on one
the
minute.
windows.
Choke on, hold on 1 minute. Just keep the camera on the building. Glennie, that's the finance ministry. That's the finance ministry. Total darkness.
It's sad. It's just, I don't even know what to say. I mean, we know this, but sometimes when you see it, it just reminds you of how backwards we are as Liberians. And it's just really, really sad. But also, it all for me, it's not just about the executive branch of government not taking action. It's also about the legislative branch. This news about LEC, forget now we have a new government, has been on the rise for over 2 weeks and still nothing. I mean, even dual time, we had lights. Even after the coup, there were lights. But to see this and then see the painting, I think the same painter has been on finance ministry since Charles Taylor time. And to see this is heartbreaking because this is risky business. And I don't know who President Boyka's advisors are. I don't know how close they are in his ears, but something needs to be done. You cannot have your citizens continuously talking about the issues of electricity and nothing is being done. Absolutely nothing. I mean, this is not about, we have to be objective here. If your citizens are continuing to cry about electricity and to cry about the heat, and still President Boyka has not acted, this is a disservice to Liberian citizens. And we need to compel him to do something. This is unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. Everybody's talking about lights.
Everybody talking about light. Again, let me say this. As you can see, I know we are only 24 days in this government. That's why the people are expecting such a bigger reform. I know someone may say it's too early. Money Captain got a contract that will run him through December 2024. He said, I got a contract. You are appointed by George Manawea, but you say you got a contract for consultancy. And another development, you say you get a contract to be CEO. You are the chair on the board. What's going on, Money Captain? For any other reason, you presented your document to President Boyka saying you get a contract. You are not performing according to your contract. You must go. You must go. The country is in darkness. This is not Joseph Yima Boyka's fault, but President Boyka can do the honorable thing to remove Money Captain and the entire management.
But still, this is the thing. For almost 3 weeks now, we've been saying it's not Boyka's fault. That has been the news. It has now become his fault. He is now the president. He is compelled to act. It's 3 weeks. We have to forget about, Captain has a contract. If Captain has a contract and he's not performing, that contract should be broken. This is unacceptable that President Boyka continues to allow his citizens to be in this kind of stuff. This is totally unacceptable.
I don't think he's alive. And again, as we
push with this thing of bringing Isidore. I agreed this government, Benny, should take on this problem.
They should.
This government should run like yesterday to find a solution. I'm not saying you will supply the entire country with LDC, but the management has failed and they continue to fail. So therefore, we all should come around now and say, listen, Mr. President, the people that died, your country is in darkness. They have no solution for 2-3 years. They have no solution for 12 years when he was serving under Madame Salim. No solution for 6 years under George Weah. He will not perform. It's all scam. Break the damn contract. Break the damn contract. Our people need to be taken care of. And that's where I stand, folks. So before we come to you, Isidore, allow us to do few more minutes. I beg you, Isidore. We come to you. Chircon, again, that's the Ministry of Finance. That's what Brahma Kamara is. That's what the people run with the money, everything, through the central bank. Now move ahead, go back up Broad Street to Crown Hill Way and give us another view. I know we have another team around the single area. We'll be bringing them in shortly. And then we will tell you right now, Money Captain is on our AC. Money Captain lights on in his compound. He's on our AC. All of his property got lights. What are we fighting for? So Chircon, talk to us. Where are you? Please be safe. Please be safe. Don't put yourself in harm's way, Chircon.
This is the former education ministry here. As you can see, the entire area is dark completely. We are riding towards Rana Street, Rana and Broad intersection is where we are. So these stores, the owner of these stores usually have lights on these stores to avoid being burglarized by thieves. So these lights are not public lights. They are powered by generator, as you can see. So only the stores with private businesses have lights, and that is it here on Broad Street. All these places are completely dark, and I can say Monrovia is in complete darkness, extreme heat. We passed just to a local shop here and asked we wanted to purchase water, and the guy said we haven't had current for a while. So that's it so far. We're riding through, and all the places is dark.
I said, let's bring you in. While Chircon pause, Chircon, be safe. Keep on moving. We want to bring in Minister Doe. Minister Doe.
Yeah, thank you. And just Glendy, let me say thank you. You spoke, and I appreciate that. Even in our government, I was one person who always said that you cannot play politics with the economy. If you play politics with the economy, it will still manifest in the lives of the people. I give you one example quickly before I come to this. There was once we never had fuel in the country, gas. There was this discussion, we never have gas, no gas. Some people say, gas here. And I said, you know what? If no gas is in the country for two, when the people go to the gas station, there will be no gas. So in as much as you can talk everywhere, say gas here, when the people go to actually buy gas, they will not get gas. So if you know no gas is there, let's take an administrative decision to bring gas. And that time, we know the standard process of importing gas and fuel is by the ship, we can't go to LPR to Yoda. But then we have ordered the standard minister to ensure he sent tanker right here to Freetown to bring gas in the country. That was an administrative decision done in the interest of the people, straight on the head. Now I will say this. I know Santa has gone. I wish he was here. He keeps looking for whatever, wherever to put blame. And I will always say, the Liberia you are seeing right now is President Joseph Boakai Liberia. The finance ministry you just saw is Minister Brahma Kamara's finance ministry. It's not San Antonio ministry. It's not George Weah's ministry. It is President Bouacar's Liberia and Minister Bwama of Kamara's Liberia. They can take decisions tonight and show we are feel. And let me go back to this. I wish we can talk about Liberia forward and not Liberia backward. Because we keep going back. Let's be straight on the record. If you want to know what the CDC government did for electricity in this country, I will refer you no way further than to kindly ask President Bouacar's pick to lead the Liberia Broadcasting Corporation, Honorable Eugene Fagon. He will recount the good things President Weah did. And when President Weah was doing all of those, let me tell you those things that were constant as of now. Money Captain was there when we were getting 18 hours of current a day. Money Captain was being paid the same money he's being paid today. The management team that is there, still there. The same thing that existed then, that existing right now. Think about it. Play politics. But ask anyone in Liberia, I'm here. Before the inauguration day, we used to have at least 78 hours of electricity per day before inauguration. No one should say the water dry. Before the inauguration, the water was not up. It was also dry. Since after the inauguration, we have been declining in our electricity production. Let somebody ask, what has changed? Was it Holy Mary was in Liberia and she just left and went to heaven? Something changed. So, I will ask President Bouacar to take responsibility of the country. The heat is too much. Electricity is becoming a problem day by day. If the president takes a flight, go to Ghana and meet no Ghanaian official and come back, it's not going to help our country. That's just politics, and politics doesn't solve economic problems.
And let's not ask it though. Let me straight up. You asked a fair question and I gave you a fair answer. It is now this personal responsibility, this government responsibility to march the country forward. And I would say this without nothing, to march this country forward. So in this regard, Mame, what we are saying, the guys going places that you will be surprised. Whether the minister house is, his house is, or director or CEO, whatever his position is, whether his home is on a generator, but they got lights. They are sleeping, they got AC running, they're drinking cold water. Look at Central Monrovia. Look at Central Monrovia. And I don't want anybody saying, well, that Joe Webb brought us there. Can we take ourselves now from there? Can we do that? Mommy, can we do that? Joe Webb brought us here. But can we cross this river now? That's the reason why we brought a new kennel. That's the reason why we brought a new kennel driver. That's the reason why we asked for this train. How long will we be this money captain running around with contract? Contract what? I got 2 years contract. I'm making $17,500 a month. My mother-in-law at Grace Manor, I cannot be touched. My friends in high places, he calling their names. And he's sending folks out there to lobby the union worker. Mommy, you talk and let me play this video.
I really want you to put this contracting. I want us to put the contracting to rest. Let's put the contract or let people see it with their eye. Because there's a lot of misunderstanding about the contract. And Mr. Captain is using it to mislead people around the president. So I said, though, yes, we know. Nobody blaming George Weah again going forward. But we got to take stock of where we're taking from. Going forward is President Bouacar's responsibility. But we have to take stock of what we're taking. We are saying we're taking over an electricity sector that is indebted to those we enter into agreement with to provide our electricity. And those people who we are indebted to are saying until we pay their money, they wouldn't provide electricity. That debt was incurred ever since before President Bouacar. And it is that debt we need to clear before we get electricity. That's one. So we're not blaming George Weah for the future electricity in the country. we're blaming him for the status of the sector we're taking over. Mr. Captain is arguing that he got contract. Oh, with the World Bank, no.
Give me a few minutes. Give me a few minutes. I'm uploading the place.
He got no contract with World Bank. He got contract with the government of Liberia. And that is the most disturbing thing when you read the contract in detail. He finally put the contract up. It's disturbing that Richardson, nowhere in the world Mr. Katan can do this to what he did to Liberia. Nowhere he can do it. He sits as board chairman. Look at the conditions in the contract. Who the person in the contract should be reporting to is the board chairman. And the same man is the board chairman. See the clauses. He hired himself to report to himself. Nobody doing due diligence. You sell electricity, and to be able to maintain himself in the position in that dual role, when they sell the electricity, instead of them using the money to pay back, they invested it into political electricity. They start allowing politicians to go and donate transformers to places where they cannot get resources from. They had the president meter project. The president himself had his own project. Captain would take resources that they're supposed to pay back to be able to get more electricity and invest it into political campaign for electricity. So Joseph get his own donation period. Thomas Father get his own in Lofa. Joe get his own all around. Abachi get his own Grand Crew. All the CDC politicians became distributors of electricity in the country. That's how you politicize a business model that was set up to effectively collect, sell, and pay back electricity. You put politics in between. There's a contract. I want you to go to the first one that says the contract is between you and the government of Liberia. Then we can come back to the one I had to do with termination. Let's go back to the first one I get between you and government of Liberia. In the first one. Yes, yeah. The contract is entered into the 9th day of December 2022 by and between the Liberia Electricity Corporation as the client, having its principal place at business XYZ, they put a business address, and Money Captain. The contract is between LEC as a corporation and Money Captain. It's not between Money Captain and World Bank. That's lie. Central will publish the full contract. Since he took it today to go justify why he should remain on the job and will manage to get the full contract, this is the contract. It's between Money Captain and LEC. What is disturbing is this man is signing this contract at the time he's the chairman of the board of LEC. Signing a contract with the same LEC as CEO. It's flawed. The World Bank role in this thing is only to pay because the government has resource issues. So the World Bank says, okay, we'll pay your LEC head. But it doesn't mean it must be the board chairman. The president can terminate the contract because the World Bank knew, and everybody that was working around the contract knew that his position, anybody in this role is serving at the will and pleasure of the president. They knew that. Anybody serving as CEO of LEC is serving at the will and pleasure of the president. So in the contract, they included a clause on how it can be terminated. Please put that provision up.
You talk about this one?
No, the other one that has a blue. Yes. Termination of contract by the client. D. If the client, in its sole discretion, and for any reason whatsoever, decide to terminate the contract, they can terminate the contract. That is what they call the will and pleasure. So the people knew that serving as the head of LEC, you work at the will and pleasure of the president. Therefore, they cannot give you a contract that undermines the authority of the president. So they included the clause that at the discretion of the president and LEC, they can terminate the contract. The president has in his hand the opportunity to end this corporate gangsterism at LEC. He has in his hand the authority to do so. And I think he needs to do it. The best thing to do to keep Asset Doe and other people from pointing finger at the president is to appoint immediately a board at LEC, a management team at LEC,
exactly,
and have a sit down with Mr. Captain on how, as chairman of the board, he signed a contract that allows him to report to himself as chairman of the board, to be able to address the LEC situation, appoint the board of LEC, appoint the managing director, and let the board and the managing director have a conversation with Mr. Captain to bring an end to this corporate gangsterism and create an opportunity for an effective business model to provide electricity to our people. That's how I would see it, Stanton.
And I agree with you. I know we got the other stuff, like we would say on this show. We'll go back to the guys on the feed because people want to see what's happening in Liberia. Imagine the time, though. It's 11:33 in Liberia. 11:33. Okay? So this is what Money Captain doing. Brushing off everybody that would speak against him, fighting the union, the mother union, everything, and planting his own people to go encourage the guys then to talk about him and say, Money Captain, you're good. They'll say, can you check the station volume, please? It's a heavy echo, please. For example, look at this video. Recently, Money Captain told this guy to say, you'll go on the street and you'll go tell the people to speak good about LDC. Let's play the video.
We are working union. You know, it's appealing to the Baga government. Money Captain to say, because of our CPA. But tomorrow, Mother Union will be here, you know, to explain in depth, you know, why the president never named. So what of it? I think if you listening, I will have some counts, so they will follow him on accounts. And there are other issues, maybe if you are contractor, volunteer, the revenue, you have your own issue, Mother Union will be here, maybe you can express into them also. Wow. Thank you. Thank you very much.
There you have it, Dr. Richardson. The heat is on. Money Captain is lobbying. Money Captain sent folks on radio station and say, y'all go say we're doing good. Money Captain saying that, listen, we are talking to them. You listen to the gentleman. I want Liberians to see. The man is fighting. His contract at the end of December, whatever the time is, 2024, he want to be there. He want to complete all his cuts and balance. He want to complete all his eating. Now look at our country called Liberia. Look at you are not within the suburb, you are in the central, Dr. Richardson, Central Monrovia. And you asking Liberians why the crime rate is so high? You asking why people jacking Granny Price and running? You asking why people jacking Stanton cell phone and running? Because you have no electricity. The country is totally dark like hell. When we say this thing, we got to bring this thing clear for people to see. And that's why we asked the guys to go on the field. Let's go back to Nelson before we come back in studio. Nelson, Chokon, are you with us?
Yes, CEO, I'm still with you. And
thank you. Give us your location and talk to us.
Currently, I'm on the grounds of the Capitol building. I'm here between Capitol building and the University of Liberia.
Let's see the Capitol building side. Don't show the mansion. Security reason, don't show the mansion. We know that mansion. Yeah. So give us the Capitol building. Let's see the building itself.
This is the Capitol building right on your screen here. I don't know what you can see. This is the Capitol building standing right here.
I can't.
This is the
wait. Hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute. Let's see the Capitol building. Hold on 1 minute. Folks, ladies and gentlemen, what's the Capitol building? Can we see small light?
Yes,
You see right, no light.
The reflection of the vehicle approaching, I think you can see this is the Capitol building. Using the bike from the University of Liberia. The University of Liberia also in total darkness, but you can see the vehicles flying by. You can see the reflection on the building. This is the Capitol building here. So the entire Capitol building is in darkness.
So stay there for a reason. Stay there for a minute. Stay there for a minute. Let's come back in studio. Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are, share the program. We would take this country to the people. We would take this government to the people. We will take the people to the country and to the government. We will not do that sit down in studio thing. I've asked with Becky, Madam Titi, hire more people that they can come out and let's do this thing 24/7. Wherever you are, listen to us by radio or in every country you may find yourself. Nelson, show us the Capitol building again. Please, Nelson, Chokon, show us the Capitol building, please.
We are still here on the grounds of the Capitol building. This is the Capitol building here. Right here, this is the Capitol building on your screen here. The place is dark, and there's no better way I can show this building because the place is dark. You know, except for the motorcyclists flying by, the motorcycle lights can reflect on the building before you can actually see this building. This is the Capitol building, the grounds of the legislature. Both sides, the Senate chamber, the Senate side, and the House of Representatives. This is the House of Representatives, the side of the House of Representatives here. But this entire place is dark. You can't even recognize any structure here in the darkness.
Thank you. Just stay there. Make sure you are safe. And I know you have those security with you. Do not leave with all the 2 security and the 3 or 4 or 5, whatever, how many they are. But make sure you are safe. Don't go too far. We're in this together. We'll fight for the better Liberia, folks. We want to say that's the Capitol building where the long office is.
So this is the University of Liberia right across here.
No, we're to the university yet. Stay with us. Focus on the Capitol building. From there, we'll go to the Liberia National Police. We want to see what our LDC there also. Pro tem, speaker, all the representatives, all the senator, vice president office, everything in that building is dark like hell.
This is not normal. This is not normal. You know, how do you see your whole country or see your area where you're supposed to work, your home where you're supposed to sleep, and stay in darkness and day in, day out, and don't do anything about it? Especially if you're in a position of power. I understand, you know, the Liberians who are just trying to make a living. But, you know, yeah. And what actually is sitting with me, I don't know where in the world that a CEO and the chairperson of the board is the same that will also sign a contract. The same person signing the same contract. That is very fishy and does not sound right to me. It doesn't even sound like something legal, ethical, or moral to me either. And the second thought that I have is, Mommy, you read a good point. I don't have the full contract in front of me, but I know there are words in that contract that talks about performance. And if anyone who goes on the job is not performing, you should be let go. But what you also made us aware of, Mommy, that whoever is in the position of CEO, I'm not even talking about the chairperson because that's a whole separate position to me. Or like contrary to what is happening now, that person works at the will and pleasure of the president. There was a caveat at the last, like most jobs have. If you are not performing, I have the full authority to let you go. So I believe that President Buckeye has the authority in consultation with his lawyers to put in his own management team and with strict provision that is provide life for the Liberian people. The bedrock for all of everything that we do in our country right now, whether we want rice importation, one player rice, healthcare, school, security, is electricity. Everything ties back to electricity. So when I see this stuff, it saddens me. This whole darkness saddens me. It shouldn't be like this, but this is not normal at all. It is not normal.
Dr. Richardson, thank you. Glendy?
I mean, Stanton, I'm even speechless, honestly, because when you consider the magnitude of people not having lights, there are some people who can afford to get a generator. Imagine people having to cook their food every day and they can't store it because they don't have electricity. These are people who work for the government. And so some people, they may have to cook every day because they can't store. Imagine sleeping in the dark every night. This is an epidemic. This is a problem. And this is something that for whatever it's worth, the government of Liberia needs to act. That is not only upon President Bouaka, but also the legislature. Why have they not called Katan to ask him questions? What's wrong? This has been going on for over 2 weeks. We can't continue to see this and not talk about it. Nothing is wrong. We may be comfortable because we have 24 hours electricity, but I'm telling you, I'm broken. You hear it is different, but for you to see it is even worse. In pitch darkness, and some people have to work. Some people have to be out there selling. And then you go home, there's no comfort in your home, the heat, and then it's also dark. Not to forget, people have to get kerosene for lanterns. They have to get candles and all of those things. I don't know what it's going to take to claim the attention of the government. But I think the awareness about this LEC issue has gone above and beyond. And I think the awareness should compel the government of Liberia to do something. It's beyond mediocre to have this. And it's totally unacceptable. I don't know how to be objective again. It's like, let's call for questioning, ask questions, tell the citizens something. Say, this is why we're doing this. This is the problem. Let the people see that you're doing something. But for people to constantly talk, this issue has been trending for more than 2 weeks now, and still no resolve. It's not right.
Thank you very much, Mambe. Then we go to Minister Doe.
Mr. Katan will argue that he's a professional. And no doubt about his brilliance. Nobody argued that. Nobody has questioned that. We're basically saying your performance at LEC is decimal. Your performance is hurting the people. Your decision to undermine good corporate governance practices, to undermine check and balance, to install in the LEC corporate gangsterism, corporate recklessness, your attitude to do so, that almost everybody along the line coming down have adapted. And they're making millions for themselves at the expense of the government and the people sleeping in the heat. That's why some of them celebrating you. Because no check and balance. They go to connect homes and put no meter and take the money for themselves. Because they see it from the top that the bossman himself is engaged into corporate gangsterism. So they're happy for you to stay so it can continue as business as usual. That's why some of them celebrating you. But like we said here yesterday, you have money, you have power, you have influence, you can get all the endorsement. You can even go to the legislature, and they can pass a resolution to support you. That's possible. But you will not get the endorsement of the ordinary Liberians who sleeping in heat and darkness. And the president, if he's not careful, this thing will rub on him. If he's not careful, the people will vent their anger from Catan to the UP administration. And that's why they need to be careful. This man has a track record. Every time he came to private practice, there's a track record of failure. Why are we not seeing that? He ran Comion in Liberia. People on the phone know about Comion. He ran Comion as CEO from the top to the bottom until the SOE. Captain. You go into LEC, we're seeing the trend of the company collapsing. And we still want to give it a second thought. The first action to have gone into an agreement as a board chairman to be a CEO sets the foundation for the collapse we're experiencing. And everything he's doing now and begging for 1 year, it's not because Captain looking for 1 year money. It's because he wants to hide and cover up all the mess they caused at LEC. They're looking for money. The substandard contract they issue, the contract they issue to Maggie and other people, how they politicize LEC and allow politicians to be donating transformer, allow politicians to influence them to connect communities so they can get vote when those communities were not paying. Those are the things they want to cover up. And that's why he's asking for the 1 year. President Bouaka, the boy is in your court. The contract they talk to you today, the contract says, Section D in the contract says, you can dismiss, you can terminate the contract as per your discretion. And the reason why it was included, because they know the CEO of the company works to the will and pleasure of the president. So they included that clause so it can be consistent. You work to your will and pleasure. If it is your pleasure and happiness to see what's happening in the country today, and you want to maintain him, be cool. But we believe it will be detrimental. And if you can take action on Catan and the management at LEC for what they did, the new person you will hire, you'll be sending them a strong message that it is no longer business as usual. Set key performance indicators, tie it to salary, ensure that you deliver this before you get this increment, and set mechanism in place to ensure that the board is supervising them regularly. When you set example on Catan and the current leadership at LEC, it will serve as a precedent, it will serve as a warning to the new CEO you hire, to the new board you hire, and they will perform for you, they will deliver for you, they will connect your people, they will be happy, and they will celebrate you. If you maintain him, you send a bad message that it is business as usual. He will hide everything they did in the last 3-4 years that caused the collapse of the electricity sector. It's up to you, Mr. President. Make your decision.
Thank you. Mr. Isaac Doe. Minister Doe, are you with us? All right, folks. So while we wait for Minister Doe to reconnect, let me say this. It's very important. It's very troubling. It's a troubling time, Mama. You are quite correct. Go over right now to Money Captain Horse. I really wanted to show his homes, but I'm not going to do. I really wanted to show his properties. Everything is unique. Everything is unique. If it can be you, Mr. Captain, why not the common Liberian men and women out there? Why can't we help our fellow Liberians? Why it should only be about us? This government is responsible moving forward for the good, the bad, and the ugly.
But you know, I think also when you
We,
think
I beg you, let me finish, Glendy. I beg you. We should be very careful, very mindful to say it is too soon. The Liberian people are not asking for much. We know why we ask for change. We know why we sacrifice for President Joseph Yema Boakai. We know. We're not asking for silver and gold. Just at a time, money katan. What a foreign minister, anyway, you may pull him. Manasarita, Marikatan, the MCC, over 250, 500,000. John Weatan, Marikatan, nothing good. Then we must stay be here. We should stay be here to ask the same question. You broke contract. The contract is not banning. Even people that are on turning position, the government can remove them. Pay him off the rest of the contract. We are in what, February, right? 17,005 times 10 months. How much is it? 1.75 million. Am I correct? Or how much? That's it, right? What? 17, 34. What is the amount? Somebody do the math. Give it to him.
No, we didn't do that.
If you can't give it to him because he will say, well, I'm on contract, so you got to pay me off. Times 10 months. We ran out of 10. Those that can do math.
175,000.
We're begging you for the sake of good heaven. Give the man anything that he wants. Let you go. We are not asking for silver and gold, my people. Do not allow the people of Liberia, the citizens of Liberia, to turn their back just because of one man. They are lying to you, Mr. President. They say he bringing 300 million. That's a lie. He been saying that to Charles Taylor and Madam Salif and Josh Manawia. They say he bringing 1.something billion in the company. Who they say he must be the CEO? That's a bloody lie. They're running around with stuff that they created themselves. You have management, CEO, COO, CFO, making no less than 17.5, 8,000, 12,000. Those days are over, Glendy. I love Joseph Boakai too much, man. I trust Joseph Boakai too much. But I love Liberia better. And Joseph Boakai knows that. And together we will make Liberia better. The people of Liberia deserve better. The people of Liberia want to wake up in the morning. The children will have no eye problem by studying Honor Kiano and Janko Lantern. Look at the Capitol building. Yobley office is there. The vice president office, the pro-temp, the speaker, they all will go there in the morning and turn their own private generator on. Yesterday we were talking about people running all over the place. Is that a country we have? That's a mess. Is that a country, my people? Only in the day you can work. So if there's no daylight, there will be no work. Why should we sit here and wait when our people suffer? Why should we sit here and wait and be partisan and say we love this person, we love the party, so we're not talk, and our people die? Randy, you want to say something? Let's wrap this thing up. It's 4 minutes to 12.
No, I mean, we keep talking about the Captain, but it will be interesting to know who are the other board members. Who are they?
Right now, you don't have board members that there. They are all of the same past old people. You still got Samuel Toy on the board. Go on the website, you will see. You still got Samuel Toy. You still got Frank Musa Dean. You still got Reverend, the Baptist Reverend. What's his name? You're doing Reeves, Reverend Reeves. Yeah, it's there. It's there. Go find them. They are all there.
They gotta go.
They are all there. But look, it's not about those people because some of them are gone already. Frank Musa didn't gone already, right? So everything is money captain now. The Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
But even if they have 3 or 4 others, they still can act.
The other men are Reverend, are Christian. You won't get in
Oh
politics.
no, but he on the board. He on the board. There's an expectation for him to perform.
But they sat there and voted for this other board member to be CEO.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's something.
CEO and chairman of the board, so there's question. Their behavior is questionable. They gotta go.
I give up.
They gotta go.
This is a national security risk, folks. This is a national issue. But I trust Joseph Walker. He would do the right thing. But I hope he can do the right thing and don't buy into the lies and say, I'm on contract because you cannot move me. Wait, let me bring the 300 million. Sir, you've been looking for the 300 million, but you were just in Ivory Coast negotiating 30 million. Now, Money Captain making 17,500, but he negotiated back and said, we don't have the 30 million to pay. Man, listen, lawmakers, where are you? You talk about change. That's the mess we got into, that everybody confirming their own people. We thought we had change, man. Somebody said, Stanton, are you not watching the confirmation hearing? I said, what? They said the confirmation hearing, you're not watching? I said, no. They said, oh, they confirmed they're having a Cooper crab. He's sitting for confirmation hearing. I said, no, I don't want to watch it. They said, for what? Because I said all the senators right now, they are all diluted when it comes to confirmation. They will never say no to any one of those folks. They will confirm everybody. I'm not going to watch it. You trusted Dillon to ask her question? He didn't. We trusted Borchas? He didn't. We went to Edwin Snow? They didn't. They said they would confirm everybody. The good, the bad, the ugly. Once they are sent, they will confirm them. What kind of fighting is that? What kind of nonsense is that? Everybody agreed to confirm their own. I bring my sister, I bring my brother, I bring my uncle, I bring my sister-in-law, I bring my wife, I bring my husband. Everybody will be confirmed. There's no need for us to go and watch it. It's useless. Nobody will ask Jackie, you work on John Brown and you go into this ministry. What are you bringing? Tell Liberian people, how will you serve in this capacity? Nothing. Jackie, how are you? Oh, you look nice, but it's cool, yeah? Come back tomorrow. We'll revert. That's a new war now. All of them will revert. So Jackie, welcome to the show, man.
Thank
Can you hear us?
Good
Welcome,
evening.
Jackie.
Yes,
Welcome.
I can. Dr. Francine, you feel better today?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for asking, Jackie. Thank you so much.
That's good.
How are you doing? You like you all right?
Yeah? Yes, I am. With my
In
generator running full blast. You probably can hear it. Yep.
Thank you very much, Jackie. We're going to wrap up at 7 p.m. I know you say you are coming late, as always. We got some doctors then that will be joining us tomorrow. They asked for some time. They come to discuss the issue with the colleges, the issue with the training. We want to give those doctors a chance. We want to hear them. How do we impact this new government and the society? What to bring it to the table? If they meet President Walker, what would be their suggestion? We want to hear from them. And we were approached by Dr. Kamano, Sia Kamano, again, a brilliant doctor, a good lady. Let me say this, she worked tirelessly, JFK, and I don't know why she's not dead. I think I heard she left. I hope she can join us tomorrow, that we have this conversation, but a very, very decent, wonderful professional doctor. So we'll be bringing them on tomorrow to be part of the program. We'll be discussing other issues tomorrow. Folks, I remain the same.
Are the doctors in the diaspora or from Liberia?
No, from Liberia, our own. From that college, Duckley,
Dr.
Yeah.
T? Okay.
Dr. T. Dr. Yi, Dr. T. Thank you. Asa, you're not a doctor. You don't stop laughing. You're not a doctor, Asa. These are medical doctors we're talking about. So we want to say, please join us tomorrow. Let's hear them. Let's do the closing. As always, this is not a joke, folks. I remember who I am. I will forever in my life support Josiah Yuma Barker because I love him and I believe in his wisdom to lead Liberia.
Yes.
But when it comes to Liberia and the people of Liberia, we will speak. We will check people like we did Yeke Koluba yesterday, like we did Asido, and we'll remind ourselves that in Union Strong, success will always be shown.
It's for sure.
Let's do our closing, guys. I think you want to go first. We'll keep Jackie because she came late and maybe she got a lot to say. So I say you go ahead first, sir.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I know I was coming on before I went up, and before I quickly start, Jackie, let me say we've not met each other before. I don't know you, and you came on the show just 1 or 2 days. But I'm a fair person to lie. I must tell you, for some reason, I admire you. I think you are good at discussing issues. You are not angry. You don't insult. You don't do anything. You speak to the point, and I really do. I must tell you that. Before 1 or 2 days before, I admire you. Yeah. So let's go to few things here. So, it is one thing to have good talks, and it is another thing to speak facts. I've said, thank God, I managed to have everyone agree now that the country is President Barker's responsibility and President Barker own it. So at least all of us agree. Although other people say chunky small things is about, we'll always checkmate those little points. First off, if you were to ask me the style of management, I would love for a CEO and a chairman to be different, but that is not wrong in the business world. Let me just make this one clear. The Facebook that we all use every day has a CEO, and that same CEO is the chairman of the board, the Facebook we're using. And let me also remind you that the big plane we can fly all every time, Boeing. Boeing has the chairman, and the same person who is the chairman is the same person who is the CEO. It is not, I mean, if you were to ask me, I only prefer it that way, but that's opinion based on what I think. The reality in the business world is that it is not wrong. Though many persons who opt for the other way. So let's get that one up first and agree.
No, shouldn't. Those are business entities. They are not governmental entities.
Private versus
No, shouldn't. Those are private set of areas. Don't do this. Facebook is owned.
Established by.
This is a government that we're talking about, Minister Doe. Okay. Then you say we want to get it all of the way. Don't get it all of the way.
No, I get it off the way because people listening know Facebook is a private firm. Boeing owned by individual. Boeing is not owned by individual. I'm only saying.
But
Boeing
American
owned by
government not in stock market though.
Boeing owned by who? Who owned Boeing? The American government?
No.
But
is
a firm. Boeing with a revenue is different from Facebook. It is not private. An individual. CEO. So let me close on this. Again, we always heard people saying no business, some business person would do it. And yes, some business people do it. So I just wanted to clear that up. And the second point is, I will appreciate us discussing Liberia as now. But every time Liberia before comes in, some of us that feel so proud for being part of Liberia before, we will always put on the checkmate. My brother always talk about the status at which this government took over LEC being so worse because this government met quote unquote $13 million debt. And let's provide the reality. Government is one government after another. Everyone agrees that George Weah succeeded someone. Someone was there before George Weah came in to be president. When George Weah came in to be president, there was $9 million debt on LEC books. And at that time, we had about 30 to 35,000 of houses connected to the LEC grid. When George Weah was leaving, according to what you guys say, I have not verified it, but let's take it for you. that LEC had 30 million debt. That was when about 140,000 households were connected. If you were to do the math and want to choose a side, the debt per household from the President Sirleaf and President Boakar's time was around $257. The debt per household from President Wias was around $90. Who will you hire if you were to have two CEOs right in front of you? Someone that is bringing you debt per household to be 90 and the other person 257. You take the job. And so let us be sincere to the discourse and ensure that our country gets better. We just had an election, people. When we had the election, there were people making promises on the campaign trail. George Weah said, oh, President Boakar said, oh, President Boakar won. This is not the time to change from what he said. He said he would get the country running from day one. He said he would publish his asset after he declared it. He said the government would be transparent. Today, we are having people confirm who are not even announced to the public. We are having people on board from LPRC whose name did not appear on the executive mansion. We had the president traveling to Ghana when he did not see any Ghanaian official. Again, I would say, he did not see the president. He did not meet the vice president. He did not meet the speaker. No one. These are what the president campaigned on. And the reason why his government is different, because they criticize everything President Weah did. And once you criticize everything the other government did, you better be sure you do better. But if President Weah was giving us 18 hours of LEC and you giving us 6, and you want to put 30 million debt on Money Captain here, Money Captain taking 17,000, UL bring 50 million, that would not work with the people. The reality is things are not okay in Liberia. This government must take responsibility because this country is in the hands of the government. We will be here to applaud the government when they take positive steps. I defended Cyril Beslow. Cyril Beslow was not appointed by a CDC president, but by a Unity Party government, president. Why should I, if I want to be just opposition? But things are not okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac. Thank you very much for your closing. Lenny?
So a bit of an emotional show today. Just sometimes when you're hearing things, you keep saying it. It has a way of not realizing the impact until you can physically see it for yourself. To Troko and the guys who went around tonight to show what Monrovia looks like, we want to say thank you. But my appeal tonight is to the government of Liberia. If this has been a trending news, the LEC news has been a trending news for the past 2 weeks, it's important that the government of Liberia, which primarily will include the executive branch and the legislative, not considering the judicial branch of government, they need to be able to act. They need to speak with Monica Tam. They need to investigate the issue of electricity. This is important. This is a commodity that is huge for the survival of our people. This is also at risk in the country. We cannot continue, the government cannot continue to act as if they don't see or they don't hear. Not every Liberian is able to afford generator or able to buy candles every day or able to even store their food that they cook and want to keep some for the next day. This is for me, is I can term it as an epidemic because it's become a systemic problem. And it's not just in one area, it's everywhere in Monrovia. Now forget about outside of Monrovia because some of those areas, they're used to it. But Liberia as a whole, and the capital city being Monrovia, it is important that this awareness that has been created about LEC does not continue to be ignored. The president must act. The government must act. They must do something about it. Even If the only thing they can do is to question the leaders of LEC, the manager, the board captain, whoever, I think it's something for the citizenry of Liberia to see that something is being done about this problem. I would hope that something is done. If there's a contract, if the person, two people in a contract, if that signed a contract, if the person is not working, it's incumbent upon the government to do something and not just be silent. And everybody is singing about how the country is hot. And then all on top of the cumbersome problem of the heat, you have that there's no electricity for people who have fan and air conditioners to sleep well. At least that is the least that can be done. I know it's not an easy thing to do, but at least let the country, let the Liberians see that the government is doing something about it and not wait until this problem overflows before they decide to act. It's important that actions be taken now. This is just, it's just too serious for me to not emphasize the importance of the awareness that has been created for someone to look into it. To the Liberian people, thank you for standing in there. I think Liberians as a whole in our country, we've suffered a lot on so many levels. And the least this new government can do is to ensure that whatever relief that can be brought to its citizens, that they work on doing that. It's that important. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Glendy. Dr. Richardson?
We started the show on a good note. It was great to hear the news from the Minister of Commerce, Muda, who said that the price of rice was reduced by 25 cents. And I was also impressed by the way that he laid out his future plan. He did give the Liberian people expectations, things to look forward to when how he thinks the rice is going to be coming to the country for the next 3 months, and how he plans to empower the rice producers so that eventually we'll be able to produce our own rice. He's going to come back here to tell us the modality that he's working on so that the importers can support, collectively is the word that he used, support the rice producers. So I really appreciated that. I also appreciated the fact that Wyman Kamara, the finance minister, is also putting, he put a hiring freeze on everybody. That's a good move. In order to know where you're going, you have to at least know where you started from. So it appears to me that he wants to take stock of what he has. Who's working, who's getting salary from somewhere else, but is still on government payroll. So he wants to know. So at the end of the day, we'll be able to ask him, what did you do? Who did you have working with you, and how did you expand or save money for the government by not hiring people? I want to close by talking about a story that's very touchy to me. And I'm sure maybe Stenton, you probably can remember. We had Robbie Morris. He was a presidential candidate here on the station a few times. Robbie's sister, Andrea, and I were good friends. All Andrea wanted to do was to return to Liberia. Andrea was educated here. As soon as she got her, first degree, she's like, I want to go back to Africa. And she worked her way, going to different African countries, and finally made it to Liberia. She and I had made a lot of promises to meet, for fufu and soup for the many times I traveled to Liberia, but, we just never connected. Andrea got ill. I'm not going to go into the nature of her illness, but she ended up going to JFK for surgery. And I was told that during her surgery, electricity went off. Imagine that. Think about that for a second. That while someone is conducting surgery on you, especially on your head, and the electricity of the hospital goes off. Nevertheless, Andrea I was told that the doctor was very instrumental. He wasn't. I was told that he wasn't even from Liberia. They had to bring him in, but she had to go back to the recovery of no consistent electricity, and she didn't make it. And so every time I hear about electricity in Liberia, this is where it takes me. And this is why I said it is the bedrock for everything that we do. Andrea was a teacher in Liberia. Imagine how she impacted the lives of students. What she did to those students. How, better our country could have been with her instrumentality of teaching. And now, because I wouldn't say maybe it's a favor of God that she passed away, but one of the factors that I know electricity play a role in this. And so, I pray that the president will make all move in consultation with his lawyers, because we saw the contract, to make electricity consistent, to prioritize electricity, put in the right people to that place, give them demands like, within the next 6-7 months, this is what and how I want to see our country in regards to electricity. And come back and give us reports on what the people at LEC are doing. And on that note, I want to close. I want to close with you thinking about Andrea, Mr. President, as you have these discussions about electricity in our country.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. We'll remember Ravi. We had a long, good conversation. And again, our sympathy to him and his family. Again, we remember her as well when that incident took place. We were still wishing them well and Godspeed. Madam Jackie McKay.
Wow, what a touching story, Dr. Francine, which is sad. Minister Isaac Doe said things are not okay. He's right. Things have not been okay for the last 6 years. He's absolutely right about that. The country went backwards at least 30 years under the CDC government. But we do have somebody, President Boyka, who is now here to rescue the country. Electricity is part of his priorities. Isaac Doe, I listened to you very carefully, and I'm going to speak and respond to you. The last 6 years, people suffered kush, drugs, poverty, hardship, and harmonized salary, and a terrible economy that had government not changed, by now Liberia, the Liberian people will probably be under the ocean economically right now. The peace and security would have been disrupted more than ever before the war. So you are absolutely right. It's going to take time to undo 6 years, because 6 years of damage is equivalent to at least 30 plus years of setting the country back. But under President Boyka's leadership, it's not going to take him 30 years to fix it. He's going to start fixing it. And he started already. When he was elected president, he started. What did he do? He called for a project called the JNB JKK Cleanup Sanitation, which is part of his arrest platform. The country, more than ever before, was dirty. People were unhealthy, getting sick more and more under these last 6 years. And 11 million kilograms of garbage within that 2 months period was removed from the streets. He started before he even got inaugurated. That's a serious precedent. It's now what's the song name? Buga president, who spent 6 years singing and dancing and not speaking to the people. So change has come, real change has come. And to the story that Dr. Francine just explained about, I am passionate about it as well. Because the Liberian people deserve better. And with people like us who are passionate about real change, this is why we join the rescue train. And if we join the rescue train, Joseph Boyka can't fix it all by himself. He needs qualified people, people who are passionate about the country and about seeing real change. And that's why I'm here today. And with people like us, the country got no choice but to move in the right direction. But it's not going to happen overnight. We need all the people on board, people telling their stories. Like how Dr. Francine just talked about that lady's story. And through that, the president listens. And with his 100-day plan and his plan for the next 6 years, we will see real change. As we see the committee, the special committee to deal with the Kush, the drug problem, which President Weah failed to do, they're starting on Monday officially. So the president from day one has been addressing the critical needs in the country. And so you're right, things not okay, but things have started to get okay. And I just set some of those examples. There are a lot of people who have been appointed who are professionals, who are competent, and you cannot compare to the last 6 years of those people who were in cabinet under President Weah. And if those people fail, President Boyka has promised that he will reshuffle. He will. Because he's looking for performance, he's looking for results. So real change has come. I apologize, I missed the whole show. I know you talk about the electricity, about rice, and other things this evening. I didn't get to watch the entire show. I just saw maybe about 15, 20 minutes of it, and that was it. So I can't say much more beyond what I just said, Stanton, because I missed the show. But
it was a great one, Jackie, because the rice price came down. These guys were trying to go for $20 per bag, 25 kg. I mean, beat them to it, stock them. Say we will be at 17 and took a quarter. So it's $16.75. I'm so happy. And I hope all the ministers, director can work aggressively. 2 weeks. And every day when I speak to Amin, he has shown me, he says, Stanton, people think I will not deliver. This government through the commerce minister will not deliver. Watch and see. Sometimes you want to share tears. You fought for something. It hurt Liberians. That through that Ministry of Commerce, $11 million went in breeze.
Yes.
All the rest importer, it went in breeze. $11 million.
Mm-hmm.
And today, the only thing the opposition will say now, it will have no effect on the cup of rice. But who says so? That's the painful part of this conversation. We want to be informed to inform our audience. So what the Commerce Ministry did today, he only a few deputies or assistants of those he met there, But he's doing extremely well in 2 weeks. And I pray to God that he continue. I can assure all Liberians that one day, the whole rice issue, you'll be buying bag of rice instead of cup of rice. This thing will come down.
That's true.
I can assure Liberians, with God above, we will fight the system and make sure you have your bag of rice for a reasonable amount, that your paycheck will buy a bag of rice and you will have surplus life. That I can show Liberians. We are not begging anymore. We are fighting for it, and we get it. Look at agriculture. Let it bring in agriculture. Look at people that are trying to do the fish farm. Okay? Create fish farm. 10 fish farm. 10. Call your cassava fish or your catfish or whatsoever fish. Just, let them grow. Create a day that you can harvest. Cassava farm. That's the agriculture, the new nature. So we are not saying this thing. Somebody say, oh, you're not for Baka again. You're not for the government again. No. So I want to appreciate everyone that watches Spoon. We together, we will fight. It will be different battle, but we will fight. Amit did extremely well today. He brought those importers to their knee. Imagine if we were going to come on the show and say bag arrest at $20. Today, I said they were going to be calling for major protests. Imagine today if we're going to say bag arrest. I mean, say I tried, and it was so hard. The people said $20. I said, though, Glennie James. Oh, no, not Glennie. Glennie, are you for us or you against us?
What I mean?
That won't confuse you, Glennie.
Come on, he asking what I mean.
No, I thought Glennie was against us. I tried to tell my brother I said, though. But to tell you the truth, 25 cents off, that's a plus. That's a plus. It will come down. But we got to do better. We got to do more. Like you said today, the president, the committee is attacking Kush, drugs.
Yep.
I am concerned. And I will say again, this person will listen to himself. He will listen to the Spirit of God speaking through him. There will be no advisor coming to deceive him because of political interest and gain. No. He will sit down and listen to himself and make the right decision for Liberians. There will be no one advisor coming to say, oh, let's do it like this. The president can give you a chance. He listens to you, you do your tabata here and there, and you think you're going to get away with it. But he can act upon his own intuition. And once that happens, his wisdom from above will guide this country through. So let's be serious, folks. If money can turn out your interest, find somewhere else for him. Our Liberian people are suffering. The country is in darkness. He brought a contract. Guess what happened? We'll break the contract and pay you. We'll give you all your benefits. But our people must benefit. Our people must be better. Kept up building in darkness. Executive Marshal is in darkness. Today on Bushwa Island, the guys went there and said, that's enough. You can go home. The LDC, Bushwa Island, when you pass Beaumont Bridge, it's in total darkness. How can the LDC substation be in darkness? How can the LDC substation be in darkness? Let's have a good night. May God bless us. May God keep us. Jackie, thank you for coming. Minister Doe, you're doing extremely well. I hope CDC can see you through and provide your current and provide your internet. And I hope CDC can put you on payroll because I know now you're unemployed. You're my dear brother and friend. And immediately after the show, you'll call me. Please don't call me till after 1 hour. I'm begging you. Don't call me, but I'm tired today, but I want to eat, but
you always bug me. You always bug me on your own secret. I mean, I'm talking anything there. That what you say? I will bring my phone to you so you can hold it. When you see any call that has this number,
I said you're not get tired because the way you be hitting in the chat room, I will be concerned for you.
No, I can't get
Jackie,
tired.
Jackie, you doing a show today? Jackie, Glennie, are you doing a show today?
Maybe.
No, we can come on your show if you sound.
No, it's not my show. Friday is focused on Liberia. The show is Thursday.
I'm talking about your show. What's the name
It's
of your
Thursday.
show?
It's usually Thursday, Stanton.
Oh, Thursday. Okay, invite us. Who all you got on your show, Jackie?
You calling me Jackie or Glenn? Which one? You sure that ginger ale you been drinking? What lao? What lao? Let me answer. What that ginger ale drinking?
Glennie, I have never drank. I have never smoked.
Very good.
Yeah, it's something that I would never do. So thank God for
Good
that.
job. Keep it
Yeah,
up.
but Glenny, I've been very religious and God has seen me through. I try my best.
Yes.
Yeah.
Amen.
So,
I
but
hope
Glenny, what's the name of your show?
GBC Women with Words.
Who all?
What do you mean, who all?
Your
We interview
panelists.
different people.
No, your panelists.
Oh, Eva, Agatha, and Michael.
Oh, the Michael stay there?
Yeah, he's still there. They stay there, but they're on vacation.
Oh, okay. Dr.
Yeah,
Richardson,
but they're still there.
you do a Saturday show too, right? Dr. Richardson, you want to tell us about it?
Yeah, Second Thought Liberia will be on tomorrow, 10 o'clock. Yesidi and I talk about issues relating to Liberia. Is politics, women in politics that we talk about, and other issues. So we like the fact that we can come on and talk about politics from a female perspective sometimes.
Okay. Glenny, what you got? Jackie, what you got in store for your weekend? We know we have everybody tomorrow, but what you got in store for your weekend? Politics wise, not your personal life. Government, politics.
Politics wise, nothing much tomorrow.
Okay.
Nothing much
All right.
tomorrow. Just
But
running errands.
let me commend you and Siafa. You guys did extremely well prior to the election. You helped clean up the city. Now it's
Jackie,
getting
you're on
back.
that team as well.
You know,
My
yeah,
son,
Jackie
brother,
was
hello.
there. Yeah, it's getting too much. I'm gonna tell you right now. The garbage has they are all piling up again. I know you're a lot. I know.
What are you showing, Isaac?
I'm showing you today. Today.
Isaac, the project ended. Hello, it ended. The Monrovia City Mayor got his confirmation hearing today. We look forward to him being confirmed. The PCC mayor will be announced pretty soon. So, Isaac, please, we removed 6 years of garbage in 60 days. So, what are you showing?
I said when you're ready for the charity, you said
11 million kg of garbage moved.
They say-
Never
they
in the
say-
history of Liberia. Never in the history of Liberia.
They say action speaks louder than words. I'm gonna show you action. Me, I say anything.
Yeah, because the cleanup project has ended. The inaugural cleanup project.
Let me say this. I would say this. I think Sefa going to do well.
He will do
I think he get a
extremely
mind.
well.
He got a mind to work. He get a mind to push, and I think he's going to push harder. It will not be easy. Okay. One thing I begin to admire. I spoke to him when you guys came on. I begin to admire that he's not a talk like Jefferson Koji,
No.
and he will never be. He listen, willing to learn, accept, and move on. But I think we are not calling for a silver and gold year, but he will do that which is necessary to help clean the city within his TOR to make the country and the city of Monrovia better. I think I'm grateful to President Barker for bringing him in. Not that not other individuals are so brilliant to do a better job. But right now, I think that's a good pick. And I pray that he be confirmed. I know that the Senate will not reject anyone. I'm looking for the day that the Senate reject any one of those people on a confirmation. They will confirm everybody. But the Sapphire
And sent on
Yeah, the
for the
Senate
record,
approval.
Isaac, though, it's going to be a complete transformation. No comparisons, like a black and
Look,
white
I will be
from
so
the last
happy.
6 years of
I
the
will
mayor
be-
of Monrovia compared to what we are about to get.
I
Monrovia
will be
is
happy.
about to soar
I-
and
I
go
will
higher
be
heights.
very
You
happy.
think you're gonna be with the team at the Monrovia City Corporation?
I'll be helping out somewhat.
Oh, okay. You're just playing the role
Not
that
on a
you
full time. Not
Well,
yeah.
well, see, Stano, let me ask you. There's one party guy here who really can make me laugh. Every time I post anything on Facebook, you say, "I don't leave when you go America and go push cartoon."
We still love our CDC brothers, just so you know.
Guys, it will be fair. I just saw the time that the Richardson are begging you. After you finish Dr. Richardson, let hang on and do the people justice and take 10 calls. After you, Dr. Richardson, please. Because the
Well,
for the Nelson, can you come on?
I was just saying, I say thank you for keeping the camera alive because it was dead. But when I say getting the money, you know, it's breaking like break. You can just be writing everything fine, but you know, just pass it to play. I said, well, yes. I said, boy, you can't rest. You can't rest. You'll be fussing with
No,
everybody.
I say he got me the switch.
Now, what happened when you unemployed? When you unemployed, that's exactly what happened.
The
man is unemployed.
The other woman get ready with me. Okay, she's saying, "How can I papa things?" I say, "Mama, then I will miss what I bake you."
Yes, all the team three, they be laughing at the point. I swear, I know you. Yeah, thank you, good show.
Yeah, but I beg you, I don't go now. Let's take 10 calls real quick. Let the audience just chime in. Nelson, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I had a chance to talk to
Get a key.
Yes, sir. 0555-101075. 0555-101075 is the number to call. Or we also have the WhatsApp number on the screen here that you can call and make your input. We take our first call. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from? Hello.
How are you?
Yes, sir. You're live. Your name and where you call from?
Well, my name is Patrick M. Nemo. I call from Jigawa, Japanese Freeway. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
What really grabs my attention is this money cartel business.
Okay.
This money cartel, the LCS, it's our letter in. I'm only asking you, what is our letter in? We are in black darkness in Liberia. When the folks from Stonewall go down, I saw on my phone, Liberia is in black darkness. Money cartel trying back the low end. He has given enough.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's take this person from here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Is it me?
Yeah, it's you.
Hi to all the panelists and to my friend and sister Jackie McKay. You know, I said, I'm glad you stayed on, sir, with all due respect to a level-headed guy, supposed to be a level-headed guy like yourself. You listened to Stanton. Stanton was instrumental, highly instrumental in this government coming into power. But you listen to Stanton today criticizing the government for not having electricity at even the Liberia Electricity Corporation. But you all who supported George Weah, you guys were so blind in your loyalty with him that when we saw things that were not right, when we criticized George Weah, they crowned to have the moral fortitude, the moral compass to agree with us as intelligent people when things were wrong. When we criticized it, we who did not like that government, you always sit down and blindly support George Weah. We led to his one-term presidency. So I'm baffled when guys like you sit down on a well-renowned platform and spoon and spill or wherever you spill. That's why the people are highly critical of you. And you were criticizing George Weah government when things went wrong. A lot of people will not have problem with you, but you are a blind supporter. So how dare you have the crowd to come and criticize or less than a 1 month old government?
Thank you. Let's know you there.
Thanks for the time, Nelson.
Let's know you there. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Yeah. Nelson?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Hello, Nelson?
You are live on the radio, sir.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm Philip K. Summon. I joined you from my tower.
Philip.
15 resident.
Let's hear you quickly, sir.
Yeah, and you know, Nelson, I'm a bit disappointed in the CEO tonight, and the only reason I'm a bit disappointed is when Oregani and Dwayne and Bowman came when I analyzed about the press have no significant impact on the common people. Let's be real. You know, I like me at times it becomes very objective about all this. No, because our people who purchase the red more are the people who buy it back up. So if you tell me that they are beneficial of this, they are disagree because they are not able to afford for the rest.
Okay.
They will not afford their walkable rent. If $5 will reach only, it's not
Okay.
significant things. So there's no way. I agree with Dwalu, and I also agree with Mohammed. They was right
Okay.
when they said that no significant things. And when the minister came and tried to deny it, but it was disingenuous, actually. So
Okay,
that's my point on that.
let's hold you there. Thank you, sir. Let's take another person. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you come from.
Yes, good evening, Spoon.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm calling from Mandra this evening. My name is Joanne.
Yeah, Joanne, please go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I want to thank you for the program, but my concern has to do with the current issue and also the race involved or the reporter from Spoon that was sent to be reporting those places that were not electrified.
Yeah.
I feel that we have already decided for change and we want to make change. So I don't see the need for us to be carrying reports. What we should do now, I think we should help to solve the problem, but not to be sharing blame or
So you think
I
sure
love the station, I love the president elect, but then let us move forward by fixing it and referring.
Thank
When
you.
it comes to Money Captain he's not a superpower to stay in one position for 30 years. This is not a President Tottenham era.
Thank
He's
you.
still there and people not seeing impact. We need to make a change. Someone else can come there. I think the in studio. I love this and I think all of the strong voices they are adding to our leadership. I thank you. Have a pleasant night.
Thank you very much for your contribution tonight. Let's take this call. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, you're live. Let's hear you.
This is Reverend Yasa from Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, Reverend Yasa, go ahead.
I want to tell the panelists thank you for informing the Liberian people daily. And one of the concerns I've been having is about this ghost name. I just want them to publish the ghost name so that we can know who they are. So that those that are entitled to the payment or salary will get their entitlement. So that after those will start pouring our new government in the thing they didn't do it 6 years, we're going to do it and fix it for them. So I just want to bless God. Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Dr. Regency, Benny, and everybody else in studio.
Thank you.
Watch your step.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you very Okay. Thank you very much. We take another call here. Hello, you're live.
Is that turn now?
Okay, so we got 7.
Okay.
Calling from Upper Caldwell. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, my appeal to LEC that even if good management will take over to reduce the price of the fees, because even now, even if you receive the mere press to put the fan on, because by the time you put the fan on, it runs down the fees very fast. And what we are receiving now, sometimes it's just thanks to more, nothing much to receive it. So we are saying to LEC that when good management takes over, reduce the fees.
Okay, they should reduce the fees. Okay, thank you. Second to the last call. Hello. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Can you reduce the volume of your radio, please? Can you do that? Okay, please go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. You're live.
All right, my name is Kina Pele.
You are low. Can you be a bit audible? You're very low.
Yeah, I'm speaking from Upper Caldwell, Samukanta.
Okay.
The issue on this you guys to do some investigation. What about the meter issue? Because the meter now they are selling the meter $150 United States instead of $50. Why should we impose on the common people like that?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. And then we take the last call from here. Hello.
Yes, hello.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, Nelson, my name is Alfred Davis. I'm calling from Columbus, Ohio.
Okay. Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, my concern is with the CTM issue that was discussed by the minister earlier. I've been shipping to Liberia, but there was no CTM. When did CTM come into being?
Okay. He will respond to that, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Nelson. Let me take a few calls from here, then we'll go. Your name and where you calling from, my friend?
I'm Josephus Banks. I call from Boston, Massachusetts.
Go ahead, Mr. Banks.
I just want to give my thoughts on the electricity aspect. I keep hearing those saying they had 18 hours of electricity when George Weah was in power. I don't know what part of my area they had 18 hours because I just came from Liberia. There were no 18 hours of electricity in Monrovia. If I say they had a little more time in LEC, I agree. But to say 18 hours, there is no 18 hours. Because if there were 18 hours, I would not be buying, a fuel for my generator. So that's a blatant lie. Two, I want you to ask Minister Do, this China Mall, who leased that China Mall? Because I think it's the property of the sports complex. Who leased that property to the Chinese people?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
That is so clean.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Your name and where you calling from? Hello? Hello? Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah.
All right. Hello? Your name and where you calling from?
Hi, Santa. This is Shaka Noah, and I call you from California.
Talk to us.
I just want to first tell you guys thank you for the great show, and to Sis Jackie and the new person for the city corporation. We were there to support you guys through the process, and as a Liberian as well as the executive director for the Green Environmental Tech Corporation, we are here to support you guys to help you succeed to make our country green. So we're looking forward to engaging you guys to make sure that we support you in whatever way to make sure that our country is clean.
Thank you.
And that is environmentally friendly. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, your name and where you calling from?
My name is Kennedy. I'm calling from the Twin City, Minneapolis.
Talk to us, sir.
I want to say thanks to Asido for being on the show. But I got one question to ask him: why George Weah is not making buka music or going in the studio anymore?
Thank you.
That's the question I got to ask him. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Hey, Emmanuel from North Carolina.
Talk to us, Emmanuel.
Hey, I call in respect to address the former Deputy Minister Asido. Asido is not a truth sayer. Asido trying to criticize this government, but for 6 years, Asido did not criticize George Weah government. And if Asido is a Christian, the Bible says, "Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free." So I want for Asido to relax and allow experienced Braga to run this country. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, my friend. Hello. Oh my God. All right. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, hello.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Tena Harris, calling from Pennsylvania.
Montana, talk to us.
All right. I just want to say thank you to the panelists. I love watching this movie. Sorry, the show. But I just want to tell Isaac, though, in studio there that if you don't really have much to say to the Liberian people, you have to leave the show, because we are here talking about real thing. Well, as the last caller just said that Isaac though stay in the Weah government for 6 years. There was nothing that he could criticize, and then today he was always come on the show to tell us that Everything that his government did was the best, but we just want for him to give the Liberian people a chance. Their government are not even stay in power for 1 month. But as they do what they didn't do in 6 years, the president should do it within a week. And we know that the president going to do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dana. If you guys have calls, you can bring them in. I'll take 2 more and we have to leave. Your name and where you calling from? Your name, sir, and where you calling from? All right. You that call on the WhatsApp, you didn't answer. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Steven. I'm calling from Ohio. Stanton, yeah, thanks for everything, man.
You're welcome, Steven.
Yesterday I was listening to you guys. I disagree with Pacon, man. If you want to defend Joshua, then he just leave the government. You can't play 2 games because you were in Georgia government and laying all he would work. You need to support the women agenda and not to come back and try to support CDC. And then also with my brother, my cool brother Asedo, I shouldn't get it. So if you knew all
Asedo is not crew man though.
Oh, but why you got Asedo name?
The man from Maryland.
Oh, bro, it's the same crew people, man.
That crew man.
Yeah, here's the thing. He knew everything, all the good things he's talking about on Spoon today. You were in Georgia government. Why they never came out to do all those things? But they might leave in power before you know that Waka government need to do the Waka government need to do this. So they just lay low and leave the woman. The woman will settle the thing. Thanks, man.
Man, thank you very much, and thanks to everyone. We want to say we'll stop this fire by faith. Nelson will be coming up with a show at 8 p.m. Nelson, what you got on your program coming up?
Yeah, so we have some very important issues to talk about, training issues. Yeah.
That's what a training issue. All right, though. We want to be grateful, Jackie, Dr. Richardson. I said, though, you took a lot of whipping tonight. But
no. It's not a lot. No, it's CEO. Those are 0.000000001%. It don't move me. Listen, a few 3% come together who are enjoying sweet call when 5 million people know exactly what I'm saying is the right thing. CEO, let me say something. Our people that can say, I said, don't be here. My only advice to you is try to accept seeing Isaac Doe. Because Isaac Doe will be here, my people. We will be here. Accept that. I didn't come on here to criticize President Boakai. I didn't come on in here to praise President Weah. I am one person that will always be proud of what I accomplished. President Weah gave me an opportunity to serve Liberia. It is my responsibility to ensure I show up for him and what he's accomplished. If you don't know me, then you don't know me. Again, I said earlier, if you remember, I was the person who said in our government that you cannot play politics with the economy. And if you think I have not said, listen, President Weah did not have bread and butter. There were problems. If anybody were to say that, that person doesn't love our country. There were problems. In as much as it was President Weah that rehabilitated the first 520 outrageous Zogo to make them better. It was President Weah that left 178 Zogo outrageous youth right now waiting for graduation. That was insufficient, but it is something. I will be proud to say that every day. As for President Boakai, listen, the country don't have current. Shouldn't I say it? President Boakai went to Ghana. He didn't meet nobody. Shouldn't I say it? The gas price went up. It didn't come down. Shouldn't I say it? I'm sorry, people. Get used to this. For our country, we will be here. And one thing you should know, I'm unemployed, very jobless, no income. So I would be here every day. I will be here every day. Nobody gave me a damn. Do you know how much of internet I used tonight to be on here?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
On a scale from 1 to 10, how resentful or angry are you at Boakai's government?
I'm not angry. I think I'm just concerned with a lot of things the way they are going. But trust me, I'm one of the happiest person. Like I'm not. That already thing. To be fair here, besides politics, today I feel one of the proudest persons of me than I felt 6 years before 6 years ago, because I had the opportunity to serve my country. Truth been told, a lot of people didn't even believe the salary we were taking. That people didn't believe it. $2,500 US, no scratch card, no car, no gas slip, no office, anything. But we still feel proud to do that. I'll tell you, after we left the show yesterday, 2 UP folks called to really find out if that's true, the money I was calling. I said, oh yeah, that's true. They really didn't believe it. So I'm not angry at
Money
all.
like to me, $2,500 a month, that's a lot of money.
You know, I think I would agree with you, but again, making to or they leave it that way.
Okay, all right. We talk.
I would just say I'm not angry at all, but I'm concerned.
It's
There's a lot of
3,000, Dr. Richards.
yeah, 2005.
Actually, Jackie, 3,000, that's a lot of money. Some people 2 weeks they make 1,500. Some people make $1,000. You in Liberia making 3,000? That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
Again, please
Plus
call your
other
manager and
benefits
tell them
that you're
that.
not saying. Yeah.
Huh?
Plus other benefits that you're not saying.
Oh no!
I said, I gotta
Absolutely
give
no.
for you. I gotta give
Yeah,
for you.
please
That
bring my
photo
gift.
behind. That photo behind you. I will bring your gift so you get beachish.
Oh yeah, no problem. Bring a bigger one for me, please. You bring the bigger one, right? But just
You
to
get
tell
to
you,
stay right there in the back.
just to tell you,
I
me
said,
as a boy, I
I
only
know
received
that.
no benefit. I was never assigned a government car. I never had no. The last time I
So what you
received a
go
gas
for 6
slip,
years, Isaac?
my personal car.
For 6
The
years.
last time, yeah. The last time I received gas slip from government was in June 2018. That was the last. Scratch card, zero. So I'm
for
telling you,
the
that's
sake of the Liberian people, why did you stay?
say where?
In the job. No car, no
Like I
scratch
told
card.
you, I feel one of the proudest person today because I had the opportunity to serve my country. I
And
don't
you feel
think there
they
is,
achieve results.
with what we've achieved, there were challenges. Absolutely. I wish we could have achieved more, but I feel more than proud of what we've done.
I say had a donated card from Spoon Network.
Look at my trouble.
He had a donated card from Spoon Network.
You know,
At this
So I said, I went to your office. I
needs to
see
give me
you
one.
have office. I visited your
Come again?
office. I mean, that with you in there.
You say I know I have office. Well, I have no. The truth is, why I shouldn't have office? I have office, but the thing
Oh, but
when
you
I
said
went,
no office.
no, I said no office applies. When I went, when I got employed, my office, there was no chair, there was no table, there was no anything. But go there today, you will see how I left it. When I was leaving, the only thing I took from my office were my papers and my photos. Every other
You mean you weren't truck to take the furniture out of the office that we saw some other people doing?
no, I bought like 60% of the things there with my own money. I left everything. You can go there tomorrow. You can go there tomorrow. You can take pictures on Facebook. I mean, it is my office in my belief is one of the best offices at my ministry because I divided here a lot of other things. But you can go there tomorrow and take picture. I'm sure you will tell me thank you for being.
Tell us about your proudest moment was serving your country, and you no longer.
But your minister was generous to us, the JMB, JKK volunteers. He gave us office.
Oh yeah, we have.
The project side was right there.
We're one of the kindest people in the government. You've been supposed. We've been good, very good, good shape, no problems. We've been okay. Yeah.
But why you gotta be pointing out? I mean, I didn't vote for this government. You probably know that, but I will be objective in a way that I, comment about the government. I will praise them when they do well. If I feel like something did, when they make some amateur decisions that I think they could have done better on, I would say that as well. But in every single thing, it's like what kind of money I see 1,000 messages from Isaac in the chat room. What kind of business is that?
Because I'm unemployed, I'm jobless, so that's why I'm working.
Somebody called me after the show, right? He's gonna come after the show.
I'm not unemployed.
And once he comes
Man,
after the show,
he's shameless about all the stuff he can be talking to.
but let me say this though, and I want Liberia to know this.
Isaac got 3 weeks government, 3 weeks old.
But I want Liberia to know this, right?
No, I mean, if you think,
if you put off a lot of information, and let me give the secret out tonight. We have seditious lawmakers that have realized that as he is on this show, they are giving him everything that comes through, from the Senate to the House of Representatives, everything. They give it to him. And this as a guy will be putting, I mean, now you bring one thing from the executive in any ministry, once it go through the lawmakers, I say we have a copy. And I know who he dealing with.
Wow.
I know the people answer those things.
I know what I want you to say.
We knew it.
So they tell him just put it on spoon. Share on spoon.
Yes,
so I say come and share it because you go through them, and but I like it. It's not a bad thing. Our people should do the same thing. For example, the stuff that we read, the CSA, right? They're supposed to share it. You're doing good things. Share it with the media.
He got the money and said, like, Bronson representing our AU.
Boma Kamara will share that. I wish he can share it. Because we have to discuss it. I mean, or you talk about Emma Stewart, they will share the information which we can share, and the people will listen. But if you had it, look how we're in darkness today.
So Jackie, we are still expecting the salary increment, right? We're still expecting that for Civil 7. I mean, it will happen.
Yeah, once we get our civil service, once the government is seated,
right?
No, we're going to deliver on that.
I say, you said once the government is seated, so the government is sitting on that. What the government do?
It's still being seated.
No, if you even increase Civil 7 salary one day to your term earning fund, as long as you increase it because
I said we gotta find all your goals first. That's supplemental.
I don't think they should increase. I do not think they should increase Civil 7 salary. Jackie, be careful how you answer the question. Be very careful how you answer the question.
The government is seated.
Be very careful. It's entrapment.
We will fulfill it.
Right now, there is no increase in Civil 7 salary. The government is broke. We are looking for money. No, you didn't say it. I want to be clear. The government is looking for money. They send 112 to the Senate, asking for almost $42 million. $26 million of that amount goes directly to Civil 7 salary. It's rough. It's tough. We will not allow ASE to sit there and think that President Bwaga gets some money, $250 million in the bank that he can just run. Nothing.
Mr. Bwaga was saying it. You saw me around him. What are you talking about?
We gotta remove all the ghosts and wasteful spending that you guys left for 6 years.
I heard that I said name have FPS.
Supplemental
I said name have three different entities get asset name. 3 different entities get asset name. The first one is Richardson. Let me tell you how it is. Because when he and myself were discussing it in the back with somebody else, I said, "Do Deputy Minister, I said, "Do." Then another place he get Do Asik. He flipped the name around.
Oh yeah, right.
So seriously. Then he sent me as a consultant. I said, "Do" is behaving as Samira Wolo calling. He sent me as a consultant with another entity, right? And I say, Do Junior. Everything is messed up. But I say, man.
I mean, that story was eye-opening for me. 730 persons.
It's for the Minister of State. It's for the State.
The Ministry of State staff used to be 300.
Yeah.
They're talking up to 1,000 plus.
Yeah.
You are one of the fairest persons on the show.
I love
that news that came from Ministry of State is not correct. Let's do that. It is ghost name. Can you tell our people to publish the ghost name? and remove them so you can see. Listen,
But
that agency, sometimes let me just
they are
end.
starting the audit very soon. You know that.
Again, I will tell you
And I
that
hope
for
you
the
then
first
suppose how
time,
many goals you then suppose on the payroll.
But
You have
I
many
said,
goals
I
left.
just she just came out with the number 730 just because.
No, she did not. That number
no,
is accurate.
listen, like I said, people can be happy, the zest is there, you want to do something. But again, I will state the fact, in their case, the first time GAC did a comprehensive payroll audit was during George Weah. And I will say again that they physically counted everyone. They even counted me in my office. If GAC did not do a good work, well, I don't know.
But did you hear? It is not the people on civil servants payroll.
No,
that these people are getting paid from. They are not even recognizable on the government's payroll
I
system.
don't know. No, that's not how
I heard it was a supplementary. They used the term supplementary, which means something in addition to.
That's what I'm telling you now. The information is not correct. Or that the agency, they thought we had government upgrade of that.
Let me tell you something. For the mere fact that Isaac is sitting, Isaac, what was the result of that GSC report? Are you saying they didn't find any ghosts?
The GSC report? I can't really.
Yeah, that you're talking about comprehensive GSC report. Are you saying there were no ghosts found?
You know, it's a good question. I can't 100% recall, but I really want to believe that they did. And let me just remind you. Well, you are
let me close on this. I beg you guys. I beg you, answer with
that book. That other report, it was because of the Ellen and Parker government. It is not because George Weah. No, they were doing the other report to ensure the payroll that came for everything.
What was that report done?
But let's do this right quick, guys, because we gotta go. Grandson is crying. He won't come on the show. I gotta go before he come here again. Grandma said no. But real quick though. So today, the gentleman that was strongly against Vladimir Putin, Alexis Navalny, he died at the age of 17. He was in jail. They say he went for a walk. 47. 47. Wow. They say he went for a walk and he fell off. He died. It's a huge international criticism. He spoke against Putin. He spoke against the regime. And he said, if I die, let me die. Voluntarily, he left Germany, went back to Russia, and we followed the story. That's one. Wow. Number two, that which is breaking today, Donald Trump, $355 million in New York civil fraud case, $355 million, and a lot of restriction on him and his family. Imagine. This is too high. Again, the next thing. Listen, things are happening around the world. Things are seriously happening.
Yeah, that guy, that Russia story.
We are not even small, tiny to what is happening. The vice president went to Casablanca, Morocco, I believe. He met world leaders, African leaders, and he engaged in. Also, those that attended that meeting, Edwin Mervyn Snow, he attended the meeting likewise, and other folks that went along with the vice president. You know, Edwin Snow is on the ECOWAS representing Liberia. So they were all there. And again, the representative Liberia folded. That's a good thing. See the picture on Facebook. But Jeremiah couldn't deliver well. We should commend him. Coming up, AU program, I do believe President Joseph Yima Burka will skip the AU program. If not, it will be announced. But I do believe that
minister is there.
Exactly, and I think he's skipping the AU program. Foreign Minister Cyril Besloyanti is there, and also don't forget a lot of stuff is happening. A lot of regional stuff. Senegal having problem right now with their election coming up. The sitting government saying something else. They do not want to leave power. That's another regional issue. That's the main some of the reason that Joseph Barker was briefed. So these things are getting to be. We are getting there, folks. We got to pray for our small country, Liberia. We got to do that which is right, because we do not want any uprising, any problem. But again, these are some of the international regional news we are giving you guys. We are praying We are marching. And if you can, we encourage you. Thank Liberia. Love Liberia.
Wait, is it a UP show here now?
Okay. Mommy, I do my final closing. Do not interrupt. The only thing we hear from you guys was the Moya Moya. But I want to encourage every one of you.
Love and Bill is cross cutting.
Yeah, I want to say to every one of you, this is big. This is big. And thank you, Yama Thompson. Yama saying that even they are monitoring Russia. They're saying they're putting nuclear power in space. And you know, these things are getting scary. I want to leave you with this, Liberian home and abroad. If you have your small money, keep it. Stop to pledge it. It's going to be rough. It's going to be tough. Save, save, save. Everywhere, Guinea have problem. Sierra Leone got problem. Niger got problem. All those places, now Senegal. What will happen, we don't know. But thank God we have wisdom that leading us, leading Liberia under this new administration. We pray for Joseph Yima Boakai. We pray for those that are around him, that they will give him the right advice. Again, I say to you, thank Liberia, love Liberia, and let's build Liberia. You have a good night, folks.
Amen.
Bye, my people.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Nelson, thank you very much. It's 8:13. Sorry to run into your time. Till we meet again, may God bless you. May God keep you. May
Yes,
God
sir.
shine his face upon us all. And may God guide us through a beautiful and wonderful evening. Have a good night, Nelson. I heard what happened today. Just take my own oil and add it on the original and keep it for me. That's not what happened today. I was there. You got it. You got it right. I will watch you again. Good night, folks.
Okay, sir. Well, folks, we want to say thanks to you out there for being here with us again tonight. Another edition of the program Spoon Talk. Thanks to all of you who have been here making your contributions in the comment section, calling in to express your views on those different issues. We appreciate all of you in Radio Land. And as you know, we've been live on Spoon Radio 107.5, the Spoon FM, Fabric FM 101.1, and Super 95.5 FM. We've also been live across other frequencies in the country. Thanks to all of our partner radio stations for relaying the program. We've been live on the internet, on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live, on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. So till we come your way again, have a good night. Yes, coming up shortly is the late night show. The late night show will be here shortly. So I'll be coming out with the rest of the team in just a couple of minutes from now. But let's remember to keep the peace. Of course, Liberia is all we have. So till we come your way again, have a good night. Remember to join us tomorrow, same time, for another edition of Spoon Talk. Nelson Collet is my name. Have a good night, and bye-bye for now.
Spoon Television. Spoon Radio.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you know.